the auto straddle for 10.
Got it.
We're doing a Nick game for 100 plus $20 tip. And then we're going to go up $20 each time we do a Nick game tonight. You know how the Nick game works?
I've never played the Nick game.
Okay. So you see these?
Yeah.
Okay. So everyone started with one of those. And show the handle. You could have.
I can resist. I can resist.
What do I raise you? You know what I mean?
I figured studying the history of psychology.
Why did I not do that? What am I thinking?
Herman Ebbinghaus.
I was
and the
starting
curve
to
of
bluff, but I
forgetting.
forgot to do it.
Curve of what?
Yeah.
Forgetting, which is going way back, like to the 1890s.
What was the premise or pieces of that?
The reason I like it so much, this is funny because he got me talking about this last week. It's we just hanging out.
Yeah, have some.
Hanging out.
Technical difficulties.
The reason I like it is because this guy
Oh,
set out
Now
all
we're
by
doing
himself,
C5.
using himself as the
Straddle.
subject to try to measure an element of the human mind, and he did it, and he got the right result, and it's just stood the test of time. It's like so remarkable. It's such an interesting story how this guy went about figuring out how to research it,
Yes,
do it on his own,
Cannon.
with no help from anybody.
6 calls 10.
What was the idea?
He was able to show,
Oh, how much did
he
you
trained
put in?
himself, he would
1,000.
memorize nonsense lists
Yeah.
and then test himself on them over and over and over again so he could measure
Raised
the
to
rate
50.
at which memory decayed.
C1 call. C2 call. Hello? Yes.
Hello?
Hello?
I didn't want to do that. You all know I want.
Okay.
It's like
Okay, what is up, everybody? Sorry about that delay getting started tonight. Just a couple technical difficulties I think we've got ironed out. But we are coming at you live on location, as always, like we do Wednesday nights. Oh, okay, now we've got it ironed out. All right, everybody. Apologies for the delay. We had to restart a couple things here on our end to make sure we were coming at you guys with the delay on, so we are going to miss a couple of hands, but we are resuming here now. We are in the middle of a Nick game. The players are playing the Nick game for $100. The first one. It's actually $120. They're going to give Selena a cool $20 tip. But I'm happy to be with you guys now. I'm looking forward to the game tonight. We are live on location here at Red Star Social in Austin, Texas. And I am your head commentator here. I'm Cameron Mixon. And it is going to be a great game tonight. Got an awesome lineup, as always. We have Sam back again in the 1 seat. They're in the blue Lalo hat. Professor in the 2 seat. Our buddy Garrett over there in the 3 seat. And then new on the stream here is my good buddy Ricky. So excited to see him play tonight. You guys might know him as the Handpan Boy Band. Probably played with him here in Austin if you are from the area. We got Fido back again in the 5 seat. And you see Lateralus again here in the 6 seat. New on the stream, first time on the stream here for Mario, but a regular in the Austin poker scene. Been playing these games for years as Mario.
We had a dealer here the other day, and he had like a beard down here, and he was saying like 2 years, and we were like 2 years. I feel like that's 5.
And we are going to see our first hand of the night here. Also, the 7 deuce game is on for 10 a player. So, just saw the graphic. I saw that Mario got rid of it to the raise and 3-bet. But just wanted to let you viewers know that is what we're operating with. Not sure on the holdings in this hand as we are getting started and got in here kind of haphazardly and midway as we started, so apologies for that again. But we will be running smooth, hopefully, from basically this point on. Looks like Professor took that hand down, so everybody in the game tonight was mostly, I should say, in for the 1,000 cap. Garrett came in for a little bit less. I think he was in for 400 or 500. Ricky, I think, was in 600. And Lateralus was in for 500, I believe, as well. So I think we missed probably a double up for him in the 6 seat. And yeah, we were having card reader errors, so now we're getting that fixed. Changing out our deck. And hopefully we will be ready to go. See, the players have brought some beverages to enjoy this evening. Always makes for a great game. Players having a good time, getting loose, splashing some money around. And here we go. So we did miss, it looks like 7 hands. But we are here. You see Sam bump it up here from the 1 seat with pocket 8s. But Fido in the small blind, he was going to want to play for a little more with ace-king here and make him 180. Sam with the pocket eights. Fido with a nit button as well in front of him. So Sam may be looking at that and thinking he can get it all in here. This guy's probably bluffing me. He's got a nit button, but he does elect to just call in position. See a queen high flop, 2 hearts. It's not going to slow Fido down, having nothing on the board right now. Sam with an underpair to the eights, but still not a terrible board for his holding.
Counseling psychology is like clinical psychology, but with a little less focus on pathology. So very much like clinical psychology. No, I mean, I can understand what some of his appeal was when he wasn't quite as unhinged as he is now.
And Sam does make the call. Ace on the turn. Fido gets there now. And he's going to get it all in now. Sam not going to be loving the ace here on the turn. And he does lay it down. Good lay down. So Fido shows his hand and gets rid of his nit button. If you guys are new to our stream or new to poker in general or poker streams in general, the nit game is what we call it. And basically what happens is everybody gets a button in front of them. That yellow nit button you can see out there on the table. And everybody starts with one at the start of the game. So you see 9 buttons at the start. As soon as you win a hand, you are able to relinquish your button. You must show your hand, though. So even if the hand does not go all the way to the river and showdown, you must show your hand, just like in that last hand where Fido takes it down on the turn. He has to show his hand to get rid of his nit button. Had he just mucked and scooped in the pot, he still keeps the pot, but the nit button would have stayed in front of him. And then the last player standing with a nit button, so the player who has not won a hand, will owe the nit tax. And what that is, or at least how we're playing it tonight on the stream, is it'll be a splash pot that player puts out for the very next hand. So it'll be $120 that goes out there. 20 of that will go to Selena, and tonight they're going to increase it every time by 20. So it'll be 140 next time, etc. But we do have a big one here. Garrett going all in. My favorite hand, 7-8 of diamonds. And Ricky making the call with pocket eights. So got a big pot building here. Sam going to go ahead and make the call with King Deuce of Hearts. Pretty speculative call here. And we are going to see this go 3 ways from that end of the table. There is some live action for the side pot between Ricky and Sam now. Ricky only has $250 back, it looks like. So I'm going to be looking for a king or some hearts. And Garrett flops the joint here. Garrett flopping the nut straight. Ricky with an overpair with his eights and a gutter as well. And Sam checks it to Ricky. Ricky just ships it. I like this from Ricky. Sam now with just a overcard in the king and a gutter with his 2. He'd be looking for a 3 to improve to his straight to jump out in the lead in front of Ricky for the side pot, or a king. He does make the call. So Garrett in great shape here. Nobody with spades. Ricky just 2 live sevens, it looks like. And Sam,
Holy crap. I flopped the straight.
Sam cannot win the main pot
Can you call one time for the whole stack?
unless it goes runner, runner, 7-8.
How many times, guys?
Once for me, but
Alright, just one time for everything.
And they're running it one time. Turn is the 10 of spades, and the river is the jack of clubs. So Garrett is going to hold for the main pot. And then it'll be Ricky taking down the side pot. So great hand for Garrett in the 3 seat. Gets rid of his nit button as well. Ricky losing a little bit there on that pot, but happy to take down the side pot and get a little bit of a rebate. And here we see a great shot of the chips here at Red Star Social. You can get an idea of the chip denominations there. The blue chips are worth $1. Red chips are worth $5, and the green chips are worth $25. Pretty standard colors for casino chips in most parts of the country, except for California, it seems like. They do some odd colors over there. And then you will see tonight the black chips. I don't know if any are in play right now. Black chips are worth $100. Yeah, there is a couple black chips over there on Mario's stack on the right that are now at the top of your screen. So keep an eye out for those. And then occasionally, if we start to see somebody winning big, getting a bunch of chips, maybe they will color up some chips into a purple or lavender 500 chip. Brittany trying to squeeze there out of position a little bit, but decides to get away against Sam. Sam bumped it up with pocket tens there. It's a little bit of chips back that he just lost in that last hand to Ricky. And I believe still 2 nit buttons left over there on the other end of the table with Brittany and Corey. Fido going to make the call with 5-4 suited from the hijack. Lateralus waking up with pocket kings in the cutoff. Bumps it up to $50. All the blinds out of the way. The straddle gets out of the way. Fido going to make the call. Suited connector. He does hit a 4, and it's an ace-high board, so Lateralus does see an overcard to his kings. But he's going to want to put out a bet here. He goes just under half pot, $50 again. A little bit of a feeler bet to see how Fido reacts. Fido with just a pair of 4s here, like I said, and a opportunity to hit a straight with a 3 as well. He does just lay it down, though, so does not want to gamble and see a turn card there. And Ladderless is happy about that. When he has kings, just happy to see that he was not outflopped by an ace. And we do have Professor now in the $10 straddle. Looks like these hands have had a $10 straddle on for the most part. I'm not sure if they've all agreed to do it in general or if it's just been the dynamic of the game so far, but I expect we will continue to see that throughout the night tonight. Mario going to limp in from the cutoff with 7-5 suited. Brittany going to do the same on the button with 3-2 suited. Corey making the call out of the small blind, but it's Sam raising it from the big blind to $40 with 9-6 offsuit. Professor getting in there as well from the straddle with 10-9 offsuit, and everybody else making the call, so we're going to see a 5-way pot with 200 in the middle. And the highest card in anybody's hand is a 10. So that's incredible. Gotta love that. We do see a jack high flop. Professor with a gutter. He's going to be looking for an 8. Mario, I believe, with the only pair in his 7. Yeah, Jack 7-4, 2 clubs. Mario does lay down the 7. 10 on the turn now. It's going to give Sam the same gutter that Professor has, but Professor does jump out in the lead, hitting his 10. And we have an all-in and a call. Sam was the player putting it all in, I believe, and Professor snap calls. So Sam with just 3 remaining 8s that he can hit to chop this pot. And it does not come. Professor is going to win a big pot here, $1,300 pot. Nicely played by Professor. But what an incredible hand. Great advertising for Austin Poker, the Austin Poker community, the Austin Poker scene here, and the games here at Red Star Social. If you want to get into games like this, come down to Austin. You might get to play a pot pre-flop for $200 5 ways where the best card is a 10. I'm just saying, there's a possibility. And if you are potentially looking to come play, if you want to come down and play on the stream, get into contact with me via Instagram at MixinPoker. You can also email Red Star. There is an email on the website. But thank you guys for tuning in. We got 25 of y'all in chat right now. Gonna see a 8-5 deuce flop. Rainbow, there's no suit connectivity here. And Sam going to keep applying pressure and take that one down.
Real value. You gotta advertise. It's advertising value. Well, thank God I
I've got to
won.
run the stack up early so you can play the big one in a few hours.
Oh, that's right. I forgot the stakes that were playing.
It all makes sense.
I just exposed myself on stream as a 1-2 player. No one saw that.
You can't just be passing up on spots like 7-8
7-8
offsuit when there's been a raise and a call. I mean, you just gotta,
Offsuit
you gotta
never.
get it in.
I would never.
You gotta get it in. They got it. They got it.
I like the call with 8s too. I didn't think you would do that. I thought you would be strong, but I like it.
I like the two.
You usually have a lot of well, you saw me as ace 3, so you know that.
You got me to fold like basically the nuts. So yeah.
All right, here we go. Ladderless with a mystery hand. Has not scanned in yet.
By him.
Bumps it up to $30. I believe there's a $10 straddle on Brittany. Ace 4 coming in. Corey with the King 6 of clubs comes in right behind her. Professor out of the way. Sam did make the call with 8-3 offsuit. And Ricky going to get in there with the Jack 9 offsuit. Sam loves to play cards. I like watching Sam play. Any 2 cards, he is willing to get in the pot and go after it. And sees a pretty good flop for his hand. Going to flop a open ender. Using his 3 here. But Brittany, pair 4s. Best kicker. And a straight draw with her ace as well, should a 3 come. Corey, however, a better straight draw with the 6, should a 3 come. Brittany and Corey both still have their knit buttons. They're the only 2 players remaining with their knit buttons, so both trying to get rid of that. And we're going to go to this turn 3 ways now. Brittany had bet $100. And we'll see what the turn brings us. Turn is a queen of diamonds, so no help for anybody yet. Brittany's still with the best hand. And about a little over pot size bet behind in her stack. She elects to just check it. I don't mind taking this line. But Corey gonna go ahead and rip it. He does not want to have to pay his knit tax. What is Sam going to decide to do here? Open ender. He makes the call. So Sam with the open ender. We do see Corey with a 6, Brittany with an ace. So there's 2 of his outs gone. He can also, as it stands now, hit an 8 to jump out in front of Corey. Brittany kind of thinking this doesn't make too much sense on this board. This would be a great call if Brittany can suss it out. But it is a very hard spot and a hard hand to go with here, but her gut is telling her to do it.
Tanner was the beneficiary. 5-bet jam to 7. Got aces to fold.
Wait, what? When did this happen? Is this a tournament?
A month ago. No.
Oh, that's
It's like a joke.
not pre-flop though.
Pre-flop.
Brittany really wants to make this call, but she just can't do it.
Can I ever be ahead there? I don't know.
Tells herself she thinks better of it, and she's going to see that she was ahead of both of these hands. Yeah, she knew something was up.
Wait, he was bluffing with king eye and
They're going to go one time, and let's see this river. River is an 8, so Sam gets there on the river. Brittany, happy she folded and saved her $500 she has behind.
But not that time.
I think if I jam, I somehow still get called.
Shout out in the chat. Good evening to Reckless Ron, the one and only.
But not on the river. No, Daniel, that happened against me and you. The thing that you were just.
And we are building some towers over here on this end of the table. Look at Professor's stack that we have over here. Sam getting up back to about even now, I think. So he's going to have a stack as well.
I think I guilted it out of you. It was like,
Corey going to pull out some black chips and be back in the action here.
there was one hand where I was like, I forget what I announced. I was like flush on the river. Daniel called my river bet. You were there. I
Yes,
think.
I was there.
I felt bad. I was like, I can't angle my friend in front of another person who's a friend.
We have the 10 straddle on. Lateralus, I believe, has put the 20 straddle on.
Feed me information and I'll pretend that I. Yeah,
Brittany raising it up to $75 now
joking. I have like queen high or something like.
with ace 10 of diamonds.
Some people would do that to you.
Sam making the call. 4 high, 4 deuce off suit.
Don't come to Texas and play poker.
Ricky getting out of the way. Surprised to see right there.
She's a flush too. Like they say that. It's like, oh, Stein last night. You didn't think I would lie. That's
Laying down the 9s, perhaps just does not want to play 9s out of position with
no, but Stein.
Brittany and Sam as well. He knows he's going to have to play for his stack if Sam is in the pot.
King high flop and ace came on the turn.
Brittany's still in the lead with the overs here. Backdoor diamonds as well. But Sam, and there it is. Sam hits his gin card, hits his 6 here, giving him a straight. Brittany turning a diamond, and we're going to see all these chips get in the middle. Sam ripping it. Brittany snap calls, and we're going to see a river here. Brittany looking for a diamond, and we can see up top there are 5 remaining diamonds and 5 only. Brittany going to need a lot of help. They're going to be running it once. And there it comes for Brittany. Hits her diamond on the river. You love to see it. Getting rid of her knit button as well. That's going to end the first knit game. And Brittany getting a nice double up. Sometimes 5 outs is plenty.
We got a whole crew out here.
And it's pretty great. I'm here in the commentary booth right now, calling these hands a little ahead of time for when they're actually broadcast to YouTube. And I can hear in the game that is going on out on the main floor here at Red Star, the players have it up and are watching the action and going wild for that hand with Brittany and wild the hand before with Sam. So gotta love it. And there we have it. First knit game in the books. We are going to see a splash pot from Corey. Puts out the $100 chip out there. Tips Selena a nice, cool $20. So whoever wins this pot, there is a free $100 floating out there.
How are we gonna make sure that it's fair positionally?
It's just random because it'll be immediately.
Only the bomb pot button will move. It won't be this dealer button. It'll be from that button. Because he was the first dealer, and so that one will move. So it won't matter where this button
If
is.
you wanna do it right after, just give it to you. If you wanna do it the hand immediately after, just bring the bomb pot button to whatever and then throw it over.
Well, then it would be random and not a positional thing. But if we leave it on him,
And I'm not exactly sure what the players are discussing right now with the dealer. I do not have any table volume
but the way that you're describing it, it would
at the moment,
versus this one where like he got the dealer button.
but we are working on
Move one to the right each time. That's what I want to do.
ironing out our system here at Red Star and getting some of those things worked out.
I have tried to convince her that the sky is blue. Sometimes it's black, though, actually. That's what was exactly fair point, Sam. Sam out here with the street knowledge that we need.
And here we go with the splash pot. Sam raising it up to $100. Professor coming along pocket fours. Garrett with a very playable hand in this situation, I think. Ace-8 offsuit, but does elect to just lay it down. And ladderless back to him in the straddle with ace-king. And it's a splash pot. He may just decide to just put it all in here. He's got about the perfect stack, I believe, to do it now. And it may just work. He does rip it for a little over 900. There's the 200 out there for Sam and Professor, and then as well as the dead 100 that's in the pot for the splash pot. Looks like we have some Corey fans in the chat tonight. Rooting on Corey. Been a tough start for Corey so far. Sam hitting that 8 a few hands ago on the river. Not exactly what you wanted to see if you're a Corey fan, but he's in the game. He's having fun.
Or make his evening. I don't know. My parents are very low.
Professor with a decision here. He's trying to decide, what kind of hands does ladderless use here to go all in with, and he is ultimately just going to lay it down.
You don't have to, but show this. Just show the hand.
I'm gonna show you when I went to
Wait, was that the splash?
And ladderless does show the ace-king. I'm not sure if they agreed that to win the splash pot you had to show or not. Sometimes that is a rule. I'm going to assume that they did, and that's why he showed.
Falling is interesting too, but yeah,
taking down 300 is pretty sweet.
yeah, of course it is.
Especially when like 300 means so much to you.
Yeah, I mean, you're only 1,200 effective and you just raised to 100. That's also
Not
nice
a bump
size.
Or bomb pot? Oh, no bomb pot.
Are we playing the Nick game now?
We're gonna play this bomb pot and then.
Oh, cool.
After the bomb pot.
Brittany ace-6 suited first to act here. She bumps it up to 25. Sam comes along with an ace in his hand as well. Professor, though, going to 3-bet the 10-9 suited. Same suit as Brittany with the spades. Ricky making the fold. Fido in there with pocket eights, though. Lateralist just 4 high. Going to be putting that one in the muck. Mario does the same with sixes. Brittany going to be making the call, though. And Sam loves to play hands, so he's in there. 4 ways to this flop, 413 in the middle. Fido still with an overpair. 1 spade on the board for Brittany and Professor. Everybody, though, with overcards here. Brittany really the only straight that matters, as Sam is also looking for a 3, but Brittany would have him dominated with the 6. And Fido did check this flop 4 ways. Brittany checked, and then Sam is the one that just rips it, wants to take down this pot. But it's back on him now, and he has a decision to make with the overpair on a 5-high board, and he lays it down. So Brittany, who is technically behind with her ace-6, still, you see, has 32% equity against the ace-7, so she can never win with the high cards should it run out, Jack-10 or something like that. However, her 6 and 3 were still live, as well as running spades. Or perhaps it could go running board pair. Could go running deuce-4, running 4-deuce, running 5-4, running 4-5. Those are the same, guys. Just a joke. But the board pair, the double board pair, if there were 2 pairs, they would both have an ace-high kicker and would chop that up. But Brittany laid it down, so good pickup for Sam there. And looks like we have a bomb pot. Believe they are playing a $10 bomb pot. You see our bottom board will be Jack 8-8. We are seeing some hands now. Brittany with queens. Looks like Sam has an ace-king combo type hand. Oh, sorry, no. Brittany does not have queens. Brittany with ace-queen 9. The top board does come ace-7-3, though. 3 on the bottom turn, 3 of clubs. And a 4 on the top. After it checked around on the flop, Brittany thinking, She has some credibility here to go ahead and bet her ace, which I don't blame her. And she also has the 8 as well on the bottom board, so pretty nice holding for her in this spot for sure. Ricky with the 8 on the bottom and the straight on the top, the wheel. So Ricky with a very nice holding as well has Brittany in trouble potentially. Ricky gonna need a card that matches him on the bottom though, as Brittany has him dominated with the ace in her hand as well as the 8. And the graphics are a little slow tonight. As I said, we had some technical difficulties earlier. Not quite getting the board coming up in the bottom like usual. So apologies for that on this hand right now. But we will see. It looked like Brittany, I believe, potted it to 90, and then Ricky had raised it. Ricky with, looks like 225 behind. But going to be in position on Brittany, and we will be off to the rivers. Ricky going to be looking for a 9, a 5, or a 2 on the bottom board. But and he does hit his 5 on the bottom board, so disaster for Brittany in this hand. Ricky with a scooper. Those equities you see on the left are not accurate. Those are just the equities of their hands pre-flop, essentially. It is not taking into account these boards that are out there right now, as they have not been input, the graphic. And Brittany does make the call and is going to see the bad news here. Ricky going to be scooping this one. Just an unfortunate river for Brittany in that pot. Not much that she can do to get away once she has called the turn, at least. I mean, it's just, we can't fold. She thinks she's probably beat for sure on the, what we call the top board, one away from the dealer on that ace-high board. I think she had almost no hopes of winning that board, but ace-8 is a pretty strong holding there and just out-rivered. But nice pot for my buddy Ricky here.
You'll have to give him one.
We start a nick game immediately?
Yeah, I think so.
This hand? This hand, all right. It's on, no, this hand. It's on.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, 120.
Just pass the button.
120 plus 20.
120 plus 20.
Hold on, guys. Seat 9 home. We're back to the game.
And the players have decided to start another Nick game. So here we go. Nip buttons are out. Corey making the call out of the under the gun +1 position with 6s. Sam raising it up. King, queen offsuit next to act. See Fido getting in there on the button with 9-8 suited. Very nice suited connector hand. Brittany going to make the call with 6-5 offsuit in the straddle for $30. Getting a very good price here. And the flop's going to come Jack 8-3. Rainbow. Fido with an 8, which is going to be best at the moment, but it's Sam going to continue telling his story. And going to be looking for a queen, which comes immediately. And Fido going to need some help now. Can hit a 9 or a 10 or an 8. You can see his remaining outs up at the top of your screen. Sam keeping his foot on the gas. Putting 200 out there. And Fido going to go ahead and lay it down. Sam did not show his hand. Does not get to relinquish his knit button. However, I don't think that we'll see him have any trouble getting rid of that. The guy likes to play hands. And he likes to win them. Want to give a shout out to my parents tuning in from the Dallas area. Thank you guys for listening. Let me know, all you other folks in chat, where you're listening from as well. And here we go, Sam making the raise to 120. This hand, Corey coming along the 9-6 suited, and Sam just flopping a jack in the window. Ace high board definitely favors Sam's range here, but Corey does turn some outs now with the 9. But Sam going to go ahead and put a bet out of $70, and it's a very nice size. Kind of allows Corey to come along, build this pot a little bit more. But no help for Corey on the river. It's going to be Sam's pot, and he is going to show this time and get rid of his knit button. So he won the first hand of the knit game, did not get rid of his knit button. So he decided to win the next hand of the knit game so that he could get rid of it. It's a very, very smart strategy if you think about it. Got some people from Austin watching in the chat. Some Dallas, I see. And North Kakakalaki. Don't know where that is. But appreciate you tuning in nonetheless. Oh, I see. Corey's homeland, North Carolina. Makes a little more sense now.
Alma's in there somewhere.
Seven call.
Cambodia, that's a big one.
Anybody call?
And we're going to see a six-way pot here. $30, six ways. $180 out there in the skillet right now.
Not a good guy, huh? Questionable. Complicated.
10, 6, 5 flop. Mario flopping a pair of sixes here in position. But Sam flopping a pair of sixes of his own with a much better kicker. It's going to be Brittany with a gut shot straight draw, looking for a 7. Professor with the 2 overs, the queen jack does get out of the way. Ladderless, pocket 3 is getting out of the way. Mario, though, not deterred by Sam's bet, and neither is Brittany, knowing she's getting some implied odds here to try and hit her cards, but it is Sam's world, and they are just living in it right now. Sam hitting a king on the turn. Going to continue for $150 now. Mario with a decision with his 6 does elect to make the call. Mario only about 600 or 800 behind. Going to need some help now. Does not come. It's a boat for Sam. It's a bad card for Mario. Mario, if he was making that call on the turn, seeing that board pair with the king is not very good for him. Makes it less likely now that Sam would have a king in his hand. And if Mario was speculating that Sam did not have a 10 or a king, I think that now he has to make the call, but he does elect to lay it down. Good lay down by Mario here. So, we are 3 hands or 4 hands into the Nick game. The only person who's won a hand so far is Sam. He's getting after it. Here we see some cumulative winnings so far for the night. Ladderless up the most, 500, up over 500. Few players in the green. Behind him, Corey down the most so far, down about 1,300, but it's a long night that we have ahead. Streaming some 1-3 No Limit Hold'em. Here from Red Star Social in Austin, Texas. We are going to see Ricky make the call here for $20 and Ace-7 of spades. It's going to be his holding. Mario coming along as well with pocket 6s. Corey, a very nice holding here out of the small blind, queen 10 of spades. Sam coming along with a mystery hand. Professor with king 4. Gonna put in a raise after he sees all these limps. He is thinking about his king and using that as kind of a blocker to other folks having some good hands. But Mario correctly reading the situation here and going ahead and putting it all in with 6s. And I think that Professor, once he puts the 200 out here, he may almost be committed to calling Mario's all in at this point. I think it's less than 500 for him to call. If the graphic is correct, it's 472. King 4 offsuit, not the greatest hand in the world for sure. But once you make that move right here, or right there that Professor did, and he does make the call. So Mario in great shape, but Professor still 30% equity here, you can see on the left with the King 4. And anything can happen. They're going to run it one time. Mario looking to hold, Professor looking to improve. And there it is. Professor hits his king, but Mario flopping a 6, and he's going to hold. Nice hand for Mario, going to get rid of his knit button and take down a $1,400 pot. So, great hand for our man Mario. Local Austin poker regular. And there's a great shot again by our guys in the studio. Brittany with 6-5 of clubs. Great hand to get in here with. She does so cheaply. She just limps in for the $10. Sam, though, wants to build a pot. Sam is going to make it $75. Garrett getting in there with Jack 10 suited, which is a very pretty holding, or offsuit, actually. Sorry. I was looking at Brittany's hand. So Jack 10 offsuit. Brittany with the suited 6-5. Corey with Queen 10 offsuit. So we'll see a flop for $313 in the middle. Garrett flopping the nut straight again for the second time tonight. And Brittany in maximum cooler city right here, flopping the bottom straight with 5-6. And it's going to be Sam who's going to lead out $350 right here. Sam with 8-6 going to be looking to go runner against Garrett, who has this pot all but locked up at the moment. And he's going to rip it for $1,100. Brittany puts all her chips in, drawing dead to a chop, to the Jack 10 chop. Unfortunate spot for Brittany. You have to feel for her on this flop. This is just absolutely so tough. And Corey's going to put it in as well. Corey with the 10, the open-ender. Corey with a chance, if a jack comes, to scoop this pot, having the straight to the queen. I know there's a lot of Corey fans in the chat going to be rooting for this jack now. And we have a huge pot brewing. Sam, who was the raiser here, or the better, I should say, for $350 on this flop, does make the call. So we have a 4-way all-in, and it's going to be a huge pot. It's going to be over $3,000 in the pot total. Oh, that is just such a cooler for Brittany. So unfortunate. And yeah, we see Brittany can't win because Corey has that queen. So if it does come runner, runner, Jack 10 even, Corey will be scooping the pot. There is some side pot money, though, between Sam and Garrett. So if it did perhaps come Jack 10, Sam could chop the pot. But Sam going to be looking for running cards of some variety of the 8 and 6. Or perhaps at least an 8 and then a board pair 9 or 7 or 8. Or running 9s or running 7s. So he does have options to get his full house, but we can see in the graphic on the left, he is a huge underdog in this situation. And we see Selena getting ready to run this pot, or this board, I should say, getting the pots correct, fanning the hands out nicely for us, for your guys' viewing pleasure. Seven on the turn. Don't count Sam out. And a 5 on the river. Garrett taking it down. Huge pot going Garrett's way. Biggest pot of the night so far. Over $3,000 going to be headed to the 3 seat. He's going to also get rid of his knit button. Yeah, what a crazy hand. And just look at this sea of chips over there.
The splash pot is now.
Oh, okay.
He's quitting, so he's paying the net tax, and this net game's over.
And then so we start anew though, right?
We're gonna play the splash pot now, but they have to do the finance first. He is getting the chips.
Yeah, but at that point, that Nick game is over. We'll start over again, right? Where we sit.
Yeah, we can do another one. We'll hit the bomb pot, and then we'll do it again. Sure.
Yeah, so pretty much.
I am a letter from my old law firm.
All right, throw your knit buttons in.
And 20 of it's for you, sorry. Let me
I'll
give
get
you
him back
a...
after. So. 120 for the
So, 120 for the splash pot, 20 goes to you. 20 is a tip for you, yeah.
I'm gonna tidy your chips a little.
Yeah, sure. So I can trust you. Alright, yeah, got it. Alright,
No.
appreciate it.
Have a good one. You're getting good enough. You're getting good one, yes, so. I'm usually a good game player, but.
Yeah,
So it looks like they got rid of their knit buns. I'm not sure if that means Corey is done for the night and paid out that knit tax right there. But I'm going to assume that that's what just happened after that hand. Corey coming in. Not the best run for him tonight, unfortunately, for all of the fans of Corey out there. I do see it now. I missed your chat earlier. Robert, he said, Mixon, thoughts on why mustard-based barbecue sauce is best? I do like a good mustard-based barbecue sauce. I don't know about best. It just depends. Depends what we're eating and what we're working with. Depends who's making it. What do we... We've got a spicy mustard barbecue sauce. I'm a big fan of that. Do like some vinegar-based sauce on pork. Good pulled pork with a nice vinegar base sauce like that. I'm a big fan of that. Sam just always has his foot on the gas, and I love it.
I'm so sorry, Britt. I knew when you were showing your hand too, I was like,
Do we play a bomb pot immediately? How do we do this?
Down in Texas, we usually have a tomato base or ketchup base kind of sauce. Usually kind of like the classic what you think of barbecue sauce taste, really, I would say, which I'm not the biggest fan of personally. Don't mind it. But if I'm cooking a brisket, you already know you're not going to need any sauce.
that makes it hard on the graphics people. For no reason. But I get it. The robots like weird numbers.
Brittany gonna keep getting after it. King Jack offsuit here. Raising it up to 60. Sam coming along. He's not scared. And we see Fido and Lateralis both making the call. $244 in the middle. And we see a King 6-5 flop. Brittany flopping top pair. Good kicker. Finally, a great spot for her. Going to be looking to hold here. Like to see her put out a sizable bet considering the opponents in the pot. She's going to go 110. Just a little under half pot, which is totally fine. And Sam going to be the only caller, it appears. 3 of spades on the turn. No help for Sam. Brittany going to check it to him. Brittany thinking Sam likes to keep his foot on the gas. She has a pretty good hand she would likely be snap calling with. 7 of hearts on the river, no help, but Sam, a player who could rep a 4. Puts out a big bet. Brittany not going to be folding to this, though. $325. There are 3 spades on the board. Like I said, the straight does get there. But against Sam, I just don't think that Brittany will be laying this down. But Sam sized this bet very well. It does put Brittany in a tough spot when he's betting seemingly for value. He bets, and Brittany does lay it down. I'm a little surprised, but yeah, Sam's bet does just look very value heavy. So you can't blame Brittany there. I was sort of thinking, though, that Brittany did check that turn initially with the intention of just calling Sam if he bet. So I am a little bit surprised. We do see Sam fold. Which might be the story of the night. I don't think he's folded in 30 hands. Garrett going to be bumping it up, though, from the button. 10-6 of diamonds. Fido comes along with pocket threes, and Latterless making the call out of the straddle with the ace-8 off. Queen-7 deuce flop. 2 clubs. Latterless with the ace of clubs in his hand. Fido with the best hand as it stands with pocket threes. The only pair between these 3 players. Fido checking, but it's going to be Latterless putting out a bet with his ace of clubs holding here. Garrett just 10 high, 2 diamonds. Going to get out of the way. And Fido makes the call with the red threes. We'll see a turn. 4 of clubs. So if Fido was calling the flop here, 4 of clubs, perhaps not dangerous as a high card. However, the club he may be a bit suspicious of. Latterless going ahead and checking it back. And a 4 of diamonds on the river. I think Fido is pretty comfortable with his holding now after it goes check, check on that turn. Latterless likely would not have checked back a queen on a 3 flush board. Fido betting 75, but Latterless coming over the top. 375 with the ace of clubs in his hand. And what does Fido do? Fido, just pocket threes, lays it down. Great raise by Latterless, getting the job done there with the ace of clubs blocker in his hand. Some very astute poker thinking. Nicely done by him. Got about 20 of you guys in chat watching right now. If you haven't, please go over to that like button and hit that thing. Get that thumbs up in for us. We would appreciate that. And if you haven't yet, please subscribe to the channel. We've been doing this now for a couple of months here from the Red Star Social Live studio. And your support really helps us. So we thank each and every one of you as we go into a bomb pot. Both Brittany and Ladderless with Queen 9 flopping boats on the bottom. And we see a Jack 3-3 flop. Garrett with a 3 in the 3 seat. And it's the only one that I see out there. Fido with a Jack is going to be the one betting here. He does have Jack 10 of spades as well, so open-ended straight flush draw to go with his Jack on the top. Brittany just making the call. Nothing to work with on the top on a paired board. Although she has the nut diamonds, right? But she is definitely not comfortable should a diamond come that she would be taking that board down. 5 of diamonds going to go to the bottom board. And it's the ace of hearts up top. So Brittany and Ladderless both essentially the same hands. Both jumping out into the lead against Fido's Jack. Got Ryan S. tuning in to the stream. What's up, Ryan? Good to see you. And Brittany going to just put it all in. Yeah, that's a good call there. And we are going to see them chop this pot up unless a diamond should come on the top. So Brittany looking for the diamond on the top board. 8 of hearts going to go to the bottom board. And 8 of spades on the top. Chop it up. Yeah, Brittany with a nice free roll there, but we did see, Ladderless has 2 diamonds. There's 2 diamonds out there. There's a diamond on the bottom board as well, so three diamonds in total, I should say. And I believe somebody else had diamonds in their hand, so there was potentially only 3 diamonds remaining, if that. Pretty tough in these spots. But I've seen crazier things happen. Just didn't happen that time. But Brittany and Ladderless did chop up the money from the players who played the hand and went to the flop, and then as well as a little extra cash from Fido or maybe also Garrett. I can't remember. So there was some extra cash out there. And here we see a 9-high flop. Mario, pair of 7s and an 8 for an open-ender. Sam, Jack 10, going to be looking for an 8. It's 2 overs right now. Also has the Jack of spades working for him in his hand. Looking for those backdoor spades. And that's a great card for Sam. Queen of Spades gives him the open ender now, as well as the spade draw with his jack. And it is Sam betting 150. And I think that's going to get it done. That does get it done. He shows his hand and is going to relinquish that knit button.
I'm nicking first again. He was out first twice in the one round before. He just didn't show it.
So we are seeing some stacks being built. Garrett down in the 3-seat, the big winner tonight, the beneficiary of the biggest pot of the night so far.
I tried to tell him, so he was like, when we were flying back, he's like, I'm cold, I'm wearing all these layers, and I was like,
Everyone else, though,
and he didn't. And then, of course, I mean, obviously,
decent amount of chips in front of him. Everybody with at least about 800 or so, it seems like. But most players somewhere around that $1,000 range. Ricky picking up ace-king suited here in the Nick game. Going to be 3-betting to 175. I like this sizing a lot. We do see versus that $175 3-bet. 6s and 7s both folding, so Ricky is just going to take this one down. Nice pickup for him. Gets rid of the knit button. Yeah, he used a good size, so I like to see that.
Well, we know it happened off straight with king 3 off. I was scared of off straight. I was like, everyone's thinking I'm doing that.
lose track of time. You're completely like strong.
Yeah, my image is good.
I'm just like,
I am alone in the booth doing the commentary tonight. My occasional partner in crime, Reckless Ron, has obligations this evening. And some of the guests that we have had were not available either. But I don't mind being alone with y'all. I just like to watch poker, talk about poker. And I hope you guys enjoy hearing about it as well. Fido playing my favorite hand, 7-8 of diamonds. And I believe we are going to see a 4-way pot going to the flop here. I believe Ricky folded. I don't think Ricky's in there, so. Professor flopping 2 pair here with the 10-5-0. And going to just lead, I imagine, and he is reaching for chips. Yeah, I like this a lot. I think this is a good board with the 2 spades that we just can go ahead and bet for value with our 10-5. We don't mind taking it down right there. It's a hand that is vulnerable to a lot of other potential holdings when we have a 4-way pot like that. So we do not mind just betting for value, taking it down right there. And Professor getting rid of his knit button. So 3 knit buttons gone from Sam, Ricky, and Professor so far. Ricky with ace-king suited again here. $20 straddle is on. And Ricky raising, I believe. No, just calling $20. So getting a little sneaky here. I don't mind it. However, now potentially he is going to have to play a multi-way pot. And it is going to be 6 ways for 20 bucks ahead, $120 in the middle. Ricky, a very under-repped ace-king suited. Garrett, however, flopping a 6-high flush draw and a gut shot straight draw. Going to be looking for a 3. It does check to Garrett, and he's going to go ahead and bet $100 now. Ricky sitting on red ace-king here. Perhaps a time to bump it up, but just going to smooth call. Don't mind that either. Just calling will allow Mario to get in there with his ace as well. And Sam and Professor will be getting out of the way. I've been wrong before. Professor going to make the call with his pair of 5s and look for some help. The 2 of diamonds, no help to Professor. Garrett does pick up a pair now, though, to go along with his draws. We can see with the players still in the hand, Garrett and Ricky about even in the equities. And 3 on the river. Garrett gets there as it was checked around. Ricky not betting that turn puts him in a very, very rough spot here. And Garrett's going to bet $400, just under the size of the pot. Ricky making the laydown pretty quickly, though. Nicely done by Ricky. That is not an easy fold when you see the straight on the board. But in a pot that was just $20 pre-flop, anybody can have a 6, theoretically. Mario getting out of the way. And does Professor want to make some kind of defense here for the table, or does he just want to let it go? And he does elect to let it go, and the table is going to see it with the nit button and see. Garrett got there. So nice run out for Garrett. Ricky had the potential at a couple different points in that hand to play it differently, but I don't necessarily hate how he played that. I think his thought process was there is a avenue to get more chips into this pot and win with a hand like ace-king by letting some of these guys who have been more aggressive tonight put those chips in there. But it just did not go quite the way that he had planned, I think. So sometimes that happens to us, unfortunately. Mario going to limp in the 3 deuce suited, and Brittany now with ace-king suited on the button. Very nice. Holding for her, the nit button in front of her. She did make it $80 over the $10 limps. And Mario quickly folds. Brittany just going to take that one down. A little sad to see everybody fold when she has a premium holding like that. However, happy to get rid of her nit button nonetheless.
He's like, Garrett gambled with 7-8 suited, new favorite player.
Ricky with the $10 straddle. Fido, 2 green chips out there. Not sure if it is a $50 straddle or if they're just working with that. It is a $40 straddle, it looks like. Fido with a knit button. Lateralus laying down the ace-7 off. Brittany laying down the ace-9 off. Sam making a gesture like, oh, what the heck, I can come along. I'm the button, why not? Professor raising it up to 200 from the small blind. No, more, 240.
The cards have been really dirty. I've noticed that.
Yeah, the red ones are pretty good.
They're really dirty.
The graphics have not yet caught up with us. Fido, though, eyeing down Professor and Sam as well. So we see now Sam with the king-6 of diamonds. Fido laying it down, it looks like. Fido only about 400 in his stack. Did not want to play once Professor bumped it up to 240. And yeah, we see Professor had king 10 suited, so very nice hand to put in a raise with right there, out of position.
Oh, sorry.
See Professor on the button here, bumping it up. Professor with 10-7 off suit. Going to be heads up with Sam here. Sam not going to be folding an ace, I don't think.
No, it's the 9 of straights, and it wasn't Daniel. You saw it straight.
So still 3 knit buttons remaining on the other end of the table down there in the 5 seat. We've got Fido with 1, Lateralus has 1 next to him, and Mario over there in the corner also with 1. So we'll see if these guys want to battle a little bit for it.
We get it all in pre-flop. 0 bases. I have 9-5 off, but I hit clubs.
Daniel, first time I've seen you as part of Mid Alley.
It hurts my soul.
It's hurt. I know it's hurting you. I won't needle you anymore.
It's fine. As long as you leave someone in there.
Professor raising it with the 7 deuce. The 7 deuce game is on for $10 a person. I think this is the first time all night that we've seen the 7 deuce. Ricky, pocket 4s. Fido along with 8-5 of clubs. Sam with 6-deuce. 6-deuce game is not on, by the way. Just the 7-deuce game. And we see a 7 on the board, flopping best. Way out in the lead right now. And they check it over to Professor, who's going to put in a bet of 150. And I don't know that anybody has a hand that they can comfortably call with here. And Professor probably going to be taking down this bonus. Sam with just 6 high. Professor showing the 7-deuce. There it is. So, nicely done for Professor. We see our first 7-deuce win.
Announcing that 7-deuce here. I gotta remember to show you when I have aces.
You should show me when you have it. I would like to see those hands too.
The 7-deuce game is pretty funny because I've played on streams or just in games in general where we have it on and you don't see it dealt even in 4 hours, whatever. Other times, though, it feels like it's almost every other hand. I mean, it can be crazy.
Call Corey and tell him he owes me $10.
Oh, Corin. I'll see if he can pay that one. So yeah, there was a hand where I had 7 deuce and I was gonna raise, and then Karen just 3-bet 7 deuce right in front of me.
I do want to give a shout out to
He 3-bet in front of me.
Ricky in the 4-seat. He, along with Handpan Boy Band making music, he has a jerky company, and he sent me some jerky this past week, a little trial run, a prototype that he's working on, and it was damn good. So if you are ever in the store and you see Think Jerky, check it out. That's Ricky's brand right there. See a nice shot of him in his Handpan Boy Band hoodie. But yeah, check out Think Jerky. Good stuff. His trial run that he sent me was this Thanksgiving flavor. And it is a turkey jerky stick. And it was good. Brittany now finally catching a hand. Brittany with jacks here, flopping middle set on King Jack 3. Pretty good flop. Sam with a pair, and Sam does not like to fold, especially not for $90. He will come along. Put a 5 out there or a 3 out there for Brittany here, Selena. Come on. Ten of Hearts, not a great card for Brittany to get a lot more money out of Sam, I don't think. But she does check. Nice check from Brittany. Sam checks back. And Brittany's going to hit quads on the river. I wouldn't mind seeing her check here against Sam. But a small block bet might be nice. He might just kind of snap call something really small, like $100. Brittany, though, going to go for value. She does go to the tune of 300. I don't mind this either. This is typically how we would play our value hands. I can also see the cards, and Brittany can't. So Brittany hoping Sam has some kind of king or a 10 here. But with just a 3, the $300 becomes a little bit too much for Sam to be calling. But a nice pot for Brittany nonetheless. Would have been a nice spot also had Sam had some clubs. Getting there with his flush, that's what Brittany's hoping for, obviously. And here we see Sam bumping it up to 55, it looks like. King 9 suited. Man's best friend. Lateralus gonna use the Dolly Parton here, the 9-5, to 3-bet Sam to 260. So Lateralus getting a bit out of line. It may have only been 250 actually, but here we go. Lateralus, an ace-high flop, and has the range advantage being the pre-flop 3-better here. Should have a lot more aces in his hand than Sam, who just called the 3-bet. Lateralus going to continue, but Sam not scared of the ace on the board right now. 2 diamonds also working for Sam. Going to be looking for those backdoor diamonds, a 9 or a king. And here's a 10 of diamonds. Interesting card. It does bring in that diamond draw for Sam. Lateralus telling a story, though, that he has an ace, that he has a big hand when he raised pre-flop, does decide to shut down on this turn. Lateralus only a little over 700 in his stack, which is less than the pot. The 8 of clubs is effectively a brick river, though. So we will see what Lateralus decides to do. Less than 1 SPR here. Does he just rip it? Sometimes you've got to when you've told this story, and it would work, I believe. I don't think that Sam is going to be interested in calling off with just king high in this spot. And Lateralus does rip it. Well done. Now the action back to Sam. Does he decide to make the call? He does not. He quickly folds. So nicely done by Lateralus, still with the knit button in front of him. Did not want to lose that, and a little bit of a sweat, but Sam folded pretty quickly, so he didn't have to sweat for too long. But back to talking about Ricky's Jerky. I've got a stick of it right here, this Thanksgiving turkey stick. Uses all natural turkey. It was good stuff. Can taste the flavor of it. Really, not usually a huge turkey jerky fan. It can be pretty dry, but this was not. This was you do get the flavor of like the stuffing and that kind of stuff, as well as the cranberry in there, keeping it real moist. It was good. I don't know that it would always be or that it would have been something that I would have grabbed off the shelf had I not known about it, but now I would absolutely grab it. One of the best jerky sticks I've ever eaten. So shout out to Ricky for that little care package this week. Got B Rebel in the chat saying the Dolly Parton bluff. Heck yeah. Yeah, ladderless. Going all out right there to get rid of his nip button. Gotta love it. Ricky 3-betting the 8-6 suited here.
Honestly, yeah. That was very sad.
I love it. And he's way in the lead with 8 high right now. Sam, however, always seems to find a favorable flop. Flopping open-ended to the 5. So any ace or 6 will give him a straight. And any 4 or 5 will give him a pair as well. You can see his outs at the top of your screen. Ricky just 8 high, but 8 high is best right now. Sam checking. Ricky just checks back, which I don't mind. But Sam getting there on the river. But Ricky knows he cannot win this pot by checking back. And he goes 240. Big size, but quick call from Sam with just a 5. My goodness. They are taking it to the streets tonight. Wow. Sam winning a almost $1,000 pot, a $934 pot with just 5-4 offsuit. And he didn't hit a pair until the river. I mean, they are taking it to the streets. I love it. I hate to see my boy Ricky losing money, but I do like seeing some entertaining poker being played. No complaints there.
Say 2 minutes left? 2 minutes left.
Oh, 2 minutes left, yeah.
They just give him the same prop again. 4, 9, Jack, 3.
That's a good hand.
Not even suited.
$1,200 off that hand.
$1,000 was 9-5.
It's gonna shoot your way out, man. Blast.
I have one
Yeah, blast until you river a straight. If the board didn't come out like that, or if the board didn't come out at 1 line, you're probably not getting a fold. Maybe you are. We can ask Sam later. I think he's gonna say fuck no. I think he was calling your ass.
I don't think he's gonna bluff me again tonight. I'm just gonna call anything. I actually had you beat. I did.
I'm sure.
Yeah,
I know you don't believe me,
You
but I had
don't
you
say,
beat.
Sam. I don't say.
He believed you had to beat last week when he threw that hand in the muck. He was pretty sure you had to beat when you showed clean. Alright, I get to bring it up 3 more times and then I'll have to drop it forever after that.
All in.
Alright, 6-7 is all in. 8 fold.
You can make fun of me for flopping straights.
Yeah, I'm gonna make fun of you.
Twice.
This is what it's about right here. It's the last 2 people are in the big game.
First one for the next
And it's a
game.
pair versus ace jack. Oh my gosh, it's going
Wow.
in for sure. The best hands they've both seen probably in 10 or 15 minutes. Sure going in.
Top board for
No,
the next game.
1 folded.
2 times is it?
2 times.
So we do have a big all-in and a call here. Vito with the Kings, Mario ace jack of spades, both with a nit button in front of them. So winner of this, looks like they're running it twice. Winner of this top board will get rid of their nit button. Pretty good flop for Mario here with the jack in his hand. Picking up lots of outs. Picking up the straight on the turn. Vito going to be looking for 2 jacks remaining. Does not come. So Mario winning the first board here, getting rid of his knit button. And we will prepare for the second board. Looks like the pot was almost 2K between these two players. So
Calling a shot, dealer.
Queen 3-3 flop. No help from Mario on that board. Mario going to be looking for an ace and an ace only. Does not come. They will chop it up. $7 going each player's way. But Mario, the big winner here, does not have to pay $140, I believe, now is the knit tax. Maybe even 160. I do believe it was 160, 20 going Selena's way and 140 in the pot. They've been increasing it. They decided to increase it $20 every knit game. And 20 was going Selena's way every time. So they started with 100 in the middle, 20 going to Selena. That was the third knit game. So 140 in the middle. But that's a nice little cherry on top if you are the winner of this pot. Fido with the who put the money into the pot. King 2 suited here. Going to just call the $10 straddle. As we see a new player sit down at the table. Brittany going to lay down threes after Lateralus raised it to 200. Can't really blame her. Not wanting to just set mine, essentially, for that price, and players still to act behind her. Threes shrivel up pretty heavily. 9-8-5 flop, 2 spades. Sam with a 6, of course, here. Lateralus ace high. Backdoor hearts working for him. Sam, though, just drilling his 6 on the turn. So Lateralus going to be looking for a 7 to chop or an ace on the river to win this pot. And we can see only 4 of those remain total. And the 4 on the river, no help for Lateralus. Sam going to go ahead and bet 100. And Lateralus with just ace high. Looks like he's going to go ahead and make the call. It's a pretty ambitious call, but there was a lot out there. The added $100 or $140 as well that is not shown in that pot, I don't believe. So can't really blame him for that price, but surely was ambitious. We have a new player, though, in the game, like I mentioned. I played with this gentleman a few nights ago. He was pretty good action. Coming in for, looks like the $1,000 that he is allowed to come in for. Lateralus, ace king of hearts.
I only play good hands. You play with me, you know I don't mess about.
mom.
Just my initials, but Bomb Pod works too.
Do you know how the nickname works?
Yeah. We're doing a splash pod, and it gets $20 more every time, and then we're capping it at 200.
I don't know. We don't have to cap it. We can decide when we get there.
We should cap it at 200. Just for enough for the table.
All right.
200, but then there's a $20 tip to the dealer.
Yeah.
A lot.
Every time, yeah. Or at least I become chief leader then.
What?
At least I become the chief leader.
Yeah.
Then, no cap.
Then no, yeah.
Yeah.
Great for them.
Losing this time? I was right.
What'd you build that? Third pair on the
And they said,
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
where's the closer?
I don't think she was ever calling. Maybe. Maybe against you.
Just saw me put in a stack of 95.
Yeah, if you hit the nip button and you're mad at me, something really mean to you.
Ones are great. You just pick up premiums like these.
What about that quad?
At least you didn't get it. Thought about it. Didn't get it.
I just want to knock you
Refund?
out.
I know. I was gonna waste $9 too.
I just want to knock you out.
We can sweat? Uh-oh. Just how you're saving me time by letting me sweat, so I don't have to go back and relaunch the stream later.
And I am walking back in to the booth. Apologies, had to take a break. I'm alone in here. But walking back in on a huge hand. Sam with the nuts. Ladderless with 7 deuce, but looks like he has been telling this story the whole hand that he has a big hand. But Sam about to be much richer. Sam ripping it. Ladderless. Making the fold. Getting out of the way, yeah. Unfortunate. $1,000 though, going Sam's way. Here we see some chip counts. Haven't seen these in a while. Garrett sitting on the big stack at the table, 3,500. And here's the VPIP. Sam all the way at the top with 85% VPIP cumulative winnings. Garrett way up there, up about 2,700. Brittany down the most as of right now, down about 1,200. But she will battle back, I have no doubt. And here we go. We're going to see a bomb pot.
No, but that's speech. No.
Yeah.
Well, he said a queen, but then he must have been lying.
King, queen,
King
maybe.
was good. I
Queen was good.
I think a king was good.
Heck yeah, Liliana Poker in the chat saying ready for a Brittany comeback. I am as well. We are here for that. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for coming and playing as well. It was a great stream that you girls came and played, so we appreciate that. Had a lot of fun with y'all. And hope that y'all will come back and do it again someday.
But it might be a bluff, and the chat's going wild.
BP coming in the game. First bomb pot that he has played, waking up with double suited aces. But sees a pretty poor flop for his hand. Brittany with the ace of clubs in her hand. She does have the nut clubs on that bottom board. So she's probably going to want to pile in some money here. Nothing really on the top board. Sam, of course, the only player... Oh, no, I'm sorry. Ladderless actually also has a king. Yeah, Seabiscuit, about 2 hours or 2.5 hours. Tough stint right there. That's why I was alone right here in the booth doing commentary, and I had to step out and take myself a short little break. If I do have help in here with me, seems like the time passes a little quicker, but it's tough to fill up a lot of dead space when you're by yourself. Brittany going to continue betting here with the nuts on the bottom. She does pick up nut club draw on the top, although it's a paired board. She is drawing dead there. Ladderless with a boat already with his king 3. Making the call. Sam made the call as well with his king. So I'm going to be looking for a 8 or a 4 on that top board. And I believe both players are dead on the bottom board. So Brittany with a lock on 50% of this pot right here. If she can get Sam to make the call, it's kind of a bad card for if you're Brittany, but the top is actually great. Lateralist, though, improving still yet again to a King Jack. Brittany thinking she has nut flush on both boards. Both boards are paired, so she does decide to check. Unfortunately, I would have liked to seen her bet there, but can't blame her for just checking. She would probably have gotten, if she bets like 250 or something like that, she gets snap calls from Sam and Lateralus and makes another 250 essentially. But she's very content to take down half that pot right there. Yeah, unfortunate river, though, on the bottom, the queen coming in. It sucks if you see...
Right away? All right, so what are we, 160 plus 20?
that board pair and we bet, and Sam or Lateralus raise us. A very unfortunate spot to be in, so she decided to not bet and keep herself out of that situation. So can't blame her. And players are starting another Nick game. This one, I believe, will be 160 to the middle for the splash pot. $20 going to go Tanya's way. We dropped down for a bit in viewership. We were down to below 15. Now we're back up to 18. So tell all your friends we're streaming live. Come watch a little bit of poker tonight. Check out the Red Star Social live stream. We've been having these games now for a little over 2 months, every Wednesday night at 7 o'clock Central. We're in Austin, Texas. And if you are in Austin and you play poker, come check us out. Great room here. Awesome facility to just have some fun, hang out with friends, play some poker. There's also sweepstakes machines here if you are into that and want to do a little bit of spinning. BP coming into the game. Ace 4 and flops an ace in this one. BP I do not know much about. However, I did play with him this past weekend, like I said. Jack of clubs turn. Nobody with clubs. Nobody with a jack either. Professor with the nines. Probably going to put in a bet here. Wouldn't mind seeing something like 300. Or how about let's rip it for 880. My apologies. If I saw that he only had 880, I would have said rip it. Let's go. And I like this. The 1 SPR. BP, though, with an ace here. Pretty tough spot, honestly. Even when we have an ace. Yeah, he does lay it down. The 4 kicker is very tough. Nicely done for Professor, taking down a $1,700 pot. BP, you can see the frustration on his face there. Folding that ace. There you see shot of the chips. If you don't know the denominations of the chips, check that out right there. $1 chips are those blue chips. Pretty standard colors, actually, for most casinos and card rooms. $5 chips are those red chips. Greens are $25, and then those black chips you saw are worth $100. Yeah, Seabiscuit, that was definitely different, but ironic. I don't know that I ever heard of Red Star online. I was too young to be playing online pre-Black Friday. Nowadays, I mostly play live poker. I do play some tournaments online here and there. I'm going to see a 5-way pot, $100 in the middle, king, king, 5, 2 clubs. Ladderless with 4-3 of clubs in his hand. Brittany, though, with the best hand as of right now. Would like to see her put in a bet. Something like 75 would be nice. She goes 60. I think that's pretty solid. Just wanted to see a little bit over half pot for sure. Definitely want to thin the field a bit when we have a holding like this. A 5 with essentially no kicker probably, and it's just going to get it done, so it works out very nicely. Risking the $60. I wasn't sure it would be quite enough to just take it down here, and I mean, we don't mind getting a call for $60, but prefer to just take it down. So nicely done for Brittany, getting rid of her knit button as well. Ricky working on this bag of Skinny Pop, dumping it down the gullet. Ricky and I went to a comedy show a couple months ago at the Comedy Mothership, a random Thursday night outing, and we happened in on one of the best comedy shows I've seen for sure, but just a incredible lineup here. A random Thursday night, the Austin poker community, or comedy community, the comedy scene is absolutely thriving. A lot going on down here if you're into that. Sam with an ace in his hand, not going to be folding, and there we see the call. Going to go 3 ways. Fido with king, queen on the button. BP out of position, queen, jack, and flops the nuts. Okay, we have some action here, folks. BP just checking it over. Sam making the check. Fido with top pair and a queen here. Going to be putting in a bet. Looks like he's going to go 200. Perhaps a little more, 210. So betting almost full pot. BP just making the call, it looks like. Going to keep Fido interested in putting more money in the pot. 2 of diamonds on the turn. Brings a backdoor diamond draw. Neither player has it, but Fido potentially thinking he wants to avoid that happening. Fido rips it, and BP with the snap call. Oh, goodness. River comes a jack. They are going to chop that one up. Unfortunate river for BP right there. Has Fido just absolutely crushed, drawing to a 3-outer. Fido knows just how lucky he is to still have chips behind and be in that seat right now. Both players will still hold on to their knit buttons. Just the worst series of events there for BP, unfortunately. BP has the $10 straddle on, and Sam with a 20 right behind him. Professor and his mound of chips here. Gonna bump it up to $50. Garrett with quite the mound of chips himself to Professor's left. Lateralist coming in for 50. Brittany in for 50 as well.
Okay, that joke was already made by this gentleman a few minutes ago, sir.
I'm going to show you at the end of the hand when I table the nuts. How about that?
Your joke.
Sorry, the graphics are a little behind in this hand, you guys. Looks like it's going to check to lateralus. Lateralus betting 150 on the button. King of clubs on the turn. Still no graphics, so let me do some breakdown here. So queen of diamonds, 9 of hearts, 7 of hearts on the flop. Check to lateralist in position, who put in a bet. Brittany called. King of clubs on the turn. Sam was in there as well. Brittany checks. Sam here not going to check. He puts in a bet of 500. So very sizable bet now on this turn. Lateralus happy to get it in. I'm wondering if Lateralus has a hand like Jack 10 right now, or some kind of heart draw with a queen perhaps. Brittany does not want to fold. It does not look like. Brittany does not have the nuts, though. She does not have Jack 10 here. Or does she? She is putting it all in, so. Sam, though, not snap calling yet, so. Sam perhaps with a single pair type hand. Maybe a king or queen for himself. Here we see Garrett chomping down on one of Ricky's jerky sticks. And Sam going to go ahead and make the call. So we will see these mystery hands get turned over now. Two of clubs on the river. Brittany with hearts. I think 8-6 of hearts.
I mean, what am I supposed to do?
Well, for the outside.
Jack 8. Jack high for Sam.
You can show now.
Ladderless with the Queen of Clubs, Queen 8 of Clubs. So Brittany did get in there with her hearts. The equities there were quite close, actually. Queen way out in front with the 8. The Jack 8.
They can't possibly have the king of hearts. It's impossible.
Well behind the
No one's gonna jack.
Queen, obviously. And Brittany reloading some chips there. Apologies for not having the graphics there. That was a
I'm not saying anything.
tough hand to follow if you don't have graphics. But Ladderless taking that one down.
What are you gonna do? Straight flush draw versus a pair of queens? One pair? It was just the positions of the way the hand went down. It made it so that you
Well, I was
can't
hoping somebody bet less, and then I
I mean, you
jammed.
can use some fold equity, but you,
Right.
Maybe the transfer red, or I'm not sure what you want to do, but we definitely have change.
the hand, if the hand went down different and like it was all in, then
We straddle
how can
20
he call?
too.
But when he's after the first bet, then it makes it possible. Plus the Nick game's on, and it was like,
Straddle 20, guys. C3 fold.
nice hand, Daniel. That's pretty crazy.
C4 fold. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, now one through a solver.
C5 fold.
It's gonna like break.
C3 fold.
There we go. Graphics back for this hand. Ladderless opening it up. King, Queen off suit. Brittany coming in. 5-4 suited. Nice playable hand.
C1 raises to 145.
I've got a lawyerly haircut.
Sam with the Jack 7 of spades bumping it up.
I knew that.
Ladderless going to be making this call for sure. Small 3-bet.
I understand what it is you've got now. The name.
And Brittany going to be priced in, having already called.
Copyright and trademark recipe. That would be
So we're going to go to a flop 3 ways.
a formulation, right? Like it feels like
Ladderless in the lead for now. And Brittany flopping 2 pair, praying that one of these opponents has an ace. I'm going to check it over. Sam, who was the pre-flop 3-better here, going to keep telling his story. Brittany, a nice spot now to rip it. Not for much more, only $155 more. So Sam getting a great price to just call it off with any 2. And he does. He does have backdoor spades, backdoor straight outs. Going to need help, though. King of Hearts is no help. And Brittany going to take down a $1,200 or a $2,300 pot, it looks like. I don't know that it was quite that much, actually, because I think Brittany was only in for $500 there. I'm not positive. And it was only 145 pre-flop three ways, but Brittany back up to about 1,000, it seems like now. Got Dave B in the chat tuning in from Puerto Rico. What's up, Dave? You cack? Thank you for tuning in there, buddy. Got some interesting hands here. Gonna be a 5-way pot. Seeing this flop here. Jack, King Jack 8. Sam flopping 2 pair, and we see 2 players with kings in their hand. Both Garrett and Professor. Professor with a 9 also has the hearts in his hand. So Professor raising, don't mind that at all. Gets Garrett out of the pot with his king. BP out of there with the ace. Sam with the bottom 2 pair on this flop. And Sam going to 3-bet Professor here to 500. Pretty large 3-bet. Professor, though, with a holding that doesn't like to fold a whole lot, but to that size just really has to lay it down. No reason for him to try and draw at that, and he knows it. But nicely done by Sam. Taking that one down, getting rid of his nit button. Professor just a little bit annoyed because he had the hand that he did. Can't blame him. Ricky, unfortunately, tonight, not had a lot to work with, not had the momentum come his way. Still has a nit button and looks down at 4-3 right there that he folded. Mario, Jack 8, just worked for Sam. Maybe he's going to try and do the same. But BP on the button with ace queen, bumping it up $100. Professor with 9s. Gonna ask to take a look at BP's stack, see how much he's playing behind. And it looks like it's about 700 or so behind. Professor electing to just make the call. Garrett now with ace king. We have got a hand brewing now. Buckle up. Garrett bumping it up 360. Mario out of the way quickly, and back to BP with ace queen. Just going to make the call in position on the button here. Now Professor getting a great price with his 9s, yeah. Does decide to come along. Going to see if he can flop a 9, but has the best hand as it stands, but wants to avoid all the big cards for sure. You just see a 10, so not the worst flop for 9s. We don't want to see any overcards really, but just the 10 is not all that scary. Garrett putting in a continuation bet here of $225. Does allow BP to get away with just ace high on that board. You won't peel another one. Professor quickly making the call. with the best hand, about $1,000 back for him. And oh no, Professor just getting outturned by Garrett right here. Professor only $1,000 back in his stack, and Garrett rips it. It's a very tough spot for Professor, who had the best hand on the flop. I mean, I believe with the ace coming now and Garrett putting in that 3-bet pre-flop there, that we can just fold the 9s now. It really sucks, but I mean the pot's pretty large, right? We've got just under $1,000 back, and there's already $2,500 in the pot. So it is a big pot, but Professor knows he has to hit a 2-outer, assuming that Garrett has a big ace-X hand. If he has ace-king, ace-queen, he's just extremely dominated, and although the pot's so big, theoretically not getting the right odds to call. We want to be in a situation with a lot more outs if we are assessing that number. Professor A, very smart guy, very good player in the Austin area. I think that he can definitely get away here. But maybe he's in the mood to gamble. You never really know. Professor makes the call, so Garrett in a great spot to win a $3,500 pot now. Another huge pot. Professor looking for a 9, and a 9 only does not come. It is a jack on the river. Professor is felted. The chips are going Garrett's way. Garrett wins the biggest pot of the night and had already previously won the second biggest pot of the night, which was almost as big as this one. So Garrett absolutely crushing tonight. And there we see a couple purple chips coming into play. Professor giving those to Garrett, buying back all his red chips that were out there. But huge pot going Garrett's way. I think as the hand played, Garrett has so many ace-X combos in his range there. We just have to fold. However, Professor perhaps thinking there are some other factors, like the Nick game going on with, BP was in the hand in the 9 seat there, and perhaps that had influenced the 3-bet in some way. And I think he still has a range that is very strong, but if Professor is, putting him on some king-queen, some king-jack type hands, could definitely be a thing. I mean, perhaps there's some history I am unaware of between the two players, and Professor has seen him do this with a low pair. Who knows? I mean, I agree with you, B. Rubble. Yeah, I think it's just probably an ace so often that we can get away. Wow, Sam getting there versus Ricky here. Ricky has more than $15 in his stack. He had it on just a moment ago. And Sam making the absolute maximum ripping there. Just the worst outcome for my boy Ricky there. Very, very gross river. I mean, Sam always seems to find a way to win these hands. That's just... He has a knack for it, for sure. Ricky's still with that knit button, too, and that was just the spot he was looking for, but could not get it done. Unfortunately, that jack on the river absolutely kills him. Ricky going to be in for another 500, though. Sam coloring up some of those newly acquired chips, it seems like. Mario's still with his knit button. Brittany, though, Queen 10 suited. Going to open up the action here to $30. Sam with 9-7 offsuit. Going to be coming along for sure. Yep. Professor Ace-8 suited on the button. Bumping it up, 150. Brittany getting out of the way. Don't blame her here. Has to play this pot versus Professor out of position, should she decide to call.
Not as much as you. I'm winning the taco bet, I think. Unless she just like.
And you can get all in.
If you
That would
double me
change
up,
it quite a
if
bit,
you
I think.
double me up, then maybe I'll lose the taco bet.
I don't think I'm gonna fold. I think I'm gonna fold top 7.
Here we see Brittany waking up with Ace Jack. Another good holding, going to bump it up again, $30. Professor getting after it. 8-4 suited, making the call in position. Professor wants to play some hands now. Lateralist, though. Pocket jacks. He has a bit more than 650 in his stack. He's got about 2,000 in his stack, in fact. So the graphic a little bit off. Brittany with about 1,000 in her stack says 2,000, so that's off as well. Apologies for that. But we're still seeing poker hands, and we got a great game, so who really cares, right? Lateralist sees a queen high flop. Just going to check it. Brittany checking back. Professor with a pair of 4s now. Actually looking like he wants to make a bet. And he does. About 175, it looks like. Brittany out of the way with the ace jack. Professor going to be looking for an 8 or a 4. Queen of clubs on the turn is neither. Ladderless with the best hand with his jacks still. I would just like to see him check it. He does. Professor now, if he was going to bet that turn, has to absolutely bet this, or that flop, I should say, rather. He has to absolutely bet this turn now. And he's got about one SPR here. Going for a bit less. 180 is, or 165 it says, and it's going to have 600 back. Should Ladderless call here, the pot will already be over 1,000, close to 1,100 in fact. So Professor with little under, or just around, I should say, half pot going to the river, remaining in his stack, going to be looking for a 4 only. And it doesn't come, so Professor now an 8 kicker on queen, 5-5 is his hand. Ladderless checking it to him. Professor rips. And Ladderless has not made the call yet. We are going to see, I believe Professor's bet is about 600. Ladderless makes the call. Professor, my goodness. The beast has awoken in Professor. He is getting after it now. Ladderless just waking up with a hand there, but there is some action. We got action.
Then you made it all back at the end.
Yeah, I can do that.
And Ladderless now sitting on a pile of chips. Professor back in it. Another $1,000 coming into the game. We love it. It's a great poker game tonight here at Red Star Social in Austin, Texas. Guys, we are playing 1-3. That is $1, $3 in the blinds. There is usually a $10 straddle on, so it does make the game a bit bigger. They like to put the straddle on during streams, obviously. But the game is a $1,000 cap buy-in. So the most you can buy in at any time is $1,000. And we are seeing some big pots, some big stacks. See Garrett's stack in the 3 seat right there, sitting on, looks like over 5K. Professor making the call, queen 8 suited. And the game is alive. 10-10 deuce flop. Nobody with anything. Professor with the queen high. Fido with 6s, BP with 3s, but no 10s. No big pairs. And BP ripped it. Fido bet 150. BP rips. Looks like the rip is for about 365 or so. But Fido gonna make this call.
Okay, we're gonna go 2 times. All right, good luck. Okay.
King of Hearts on the turn. No help for BP. Gonna need a 3. Does not come. Fido going to take this pot down. Oh, they're running it twice. Gets rid of his knit button, though. And we will see a river on the second run out. Another 10, so Fido going to hold for both boards. B Rubble, yeah, it is just 1,000 cap. There's no, it is not a match the stack 1-3 game. Do that for various reasons. Typically in this game, we will have in the future, occasionally, I'm sure, some games we want to be match the stack, but for the most part, we want to keep it accessible for the local everyday player in the area. But if you are interested in getting on the stream, you can reach out to myself on Instagram. I'm at Mixin Poker. That's the best way to get in contact with me about playing on the stream. We do have a hand brewing here as well. BP opens 9s. Ricky 3-bets his queens. Lateralis with ace queen just lays it down. Wow. Little shocked to see that, but Ricky been pretty quiet tonight. Just had not much to work with. Perhaps Lateralis picking up on that and just gets out of the way with ace queen. So we do see a Jack 10-8 flop. Pretty good flop for the pocket 9s here. Gives BP some extra outs. You would think that he would pick up the other 2 queens, but they've been folded already. Ricky rips it. Quick call from BP. So BP going to be looking for the 3 remaining 7s. If a 9 does come, Ricky will have a straight. So that's no help. 4 of clubs, no help for BP. And the 9 gives Ricky the straight. So Ricky taking that first one, getting rid of his knit button. And a 9 giving Ricky a straight again. But outs for BP do not come. Ricky going to scoop both boards here. Gets rid of his knit button. Nice hand for Ricky. Two straights. Kevin Eyring, yes, this game is live on location tonight as we are speaking from Red Star Social in Austin, Texas. The Instagram is my Instagram. It's Mixin Poker, MIXSON Poker. If you want to reach out, just shoot me a message there.
I can't do anything. I want to match the stack now.
Alright, we got a 20 straddle, keep one.
We had changed, we had asked them to change it last Sunday, we made it 2K
I think I actually think that this format is good, even though I'd like to have more right now. I think this is a good way to do it.
20 straddle,
Great.
C2
feel like I'm gonna fill it all the way down.
Professor
That's how it feels right now.
waking up with ace 10 here, and oh no, lateralist away from the table had aces. Mario making the call 6-5. Brittany with 7 deuce and a chance to pick up some bounty money should she win this hand. Not going to get too crazy. She just makes the call with her spades as well. 2 spades on the flop, so pretty good flop for 7 deuce of spades. Vaults her in the lead with equity-wise, I should say. Going to check around. It looked like Mario has the only pair with his 6. Brittany going to be looking for a 3rd spade on this board. But Mario betting 150. Brittany comes along. That's going to get Sam out of the way. Professor gonna lay it down. I was going to let him think about it for a second, but he lays it down. No spade on the river for Brittany, but perhaps a card that she can bluff on. She could put a sizable bet in here and credibly rep hearts, credibly rep a king. Mario with just a 6, going to be in a tough spot should Brittany put out a sizable bet. Like to see her go at least 350 or 400. I know it's a very tough spot. She does just check it back and does not go for it. Allows Mario to just take this pot.
I know, that's what I'm afraid of in this game. That's what I'm afraid of in this game.
Still gotta pull it there. You got it.
That's why when you have value, it's a really, really good spot. And yeah, bluffing on that spot with 7 deuce.
What did y'all say the tax was, net tax?
160 plus 20 this time.
Okay, so 180.
Can I pay cash, not on a check?
Sure. Yeah, it's the same as like putting preloading.
C9.
And here, I can convert it.
The banker has got it.
Yeah.
I literally bought the same amount of chips you did.
Here, I'll just take the 25.
Okay. Let me think about this. Okay. I'm gonna put this on the table, and then I'm giving you 100 on my stack, and I need to get 61. I can put this on the table and take 40 off. I'll take it 160. You're gonna bring it all red.
We need more money in there.
You need more red.
We need 60 more dollars. in
Yeah,
there.
yeah, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, 60. Yeah.
It's like a
That's
shell
the
game.
part I
We're gonna
was-
put this and this is
That
gonna
was
go
the part I
here,
was
and then we're gonna do this.
160 and the pot.
Can't trust those lawyers.
And
Yeah, seriously. That's some lawyer shit right there, if there ever was. Good attempt.
thank God the professor is here.
So we see the Nick game is done. We have a splash pot, $160 in the middle.
I'm making it 40 because to not do so would be ridiculous.
I don't think I'm gonna.
Yeah, Dave B, we got action. Absolutely. We have the 10 on, the 20 on, and the 40 on. And $160 splash pot. Just a free $160 sitting out there in the middle for whoever wants it.
9 calls.
BP going to make the call with pocket fives. Sam, 6 deuce offsuit.
I don't need a lot here.
I think it might be his favorite hand. I feel like I see him play 6 deuce off all the time. Professor Jack 7 off. Rips it. Oh my God, Professor coming in hot here. We got action. $880 he rips it for. With Jack high. Jack 7 off. BP, a little less than Professor here. About 400 or 500. Just lays it down. And Sam with 6 high. flips it over and is considering a call. Lays it down. Professor taking that one down. It's a free 120 from the $40 straddle and the calls, and then picks up the $160 that was in the middle for the splash pot. So makes almost $300
I knew he would tell the truth.
without having to go see a flop with just Jack 7.
We played some tables with like big straddles even at 1-2 and it was pretty lame.
So it's a $3 blind. I don't haven't had any white chips, so I had a red chip out.
I'll give you some.
Yeah. I got you. Got it. Me first?
Yes, straddle Tennessee two.
Professor putting the $10 straddle on. Garrett first to act. King 10 offsuit makes it $30.
5 fold. 6 fold. 7 fold. 8 fold. 9 fold. 1 calls 30. And 2 calls 30. 3 players.
Professor actually does have sixes from his straddle here, so interesting pot here. Sam with the open ender with 10-8. Professor just laying it down. Don't really blame him. And Garrett with 2 overs gets out of the way. Sam takes that one down. It is pretty crazy to me, though. I've watched Sam play the last few streams, it seems like, and he will play some garbage hands like 10-8 offsuit there or 5-4, and always seems to flop an open-ended straight draw, or just he always flops something. He always has something, even when he has these garbage hands. It's absolutely incredible, but he's a fun player to watch. So, like having him on the stream. He is great action.
C5 calls. C6 fold.
Ricky with a playable hand. King Jack of clubs. Fido to his left. Queen 9 of diamonds gets in there.
1 calls.
Sam coming along with ace 3 offsuit out of the small blind. Gonna allow Garrett to get in there from the straddle. Gonna see a pot 4 ways. Queen 10-5. 2 diamonds. We got action. Ricky with the open ender here. Fido with top pair. Flush draw. Sam has the ace of diamonds in his hand as well, so
5 bets 175.
Fido gonna bet 175. Basically pot size bet just over the pot. Sam out of the way. Garrett gets out of the way. Ricky, however, going to pay to see a turn card. Another 10. Does not help Ricky here. The board does pair, so Fido 2 pair now. Goes check, check. Ricky looking for help. Does not come. See how Ricky elects to play this. Could see some merit to putting in a bet here. He does just check it over and going to lose the minimum. I'm not sure Fido would have folded to a bet, but I might have tried. I might have tried it to see if he did fold. And it looks like we got the 20 on. The 10 straddle on, the 20 on.
20 straddle.
I gotta build my stack up because I want to be in the $8,000 pot at the end of the night.
Mario making the call here with pocket eights. Britt right behind him. King 10 off.
Now I got notes on it.
BP getting in there with Queen 10 suited. Sam gonna bump it up from the button. Reaching for chips with Jack 3 spades. Makes it 200. Just a casual 10x. The 2 calls.
You don't have a blue deck or a red deck, that's not.
Mario with 8s and still 2 people behind him. Does lay it down. Brittany not loving that spot either, and BP getting out of the way. Sam taken down. Lots of free money. Lots of free money. We have a $10 bomb pot now.
Time to lose it all in bomb pot.
So true, it's uncapped.
That'd be sweet.
Yeah, we can play 7K bomb pot.
That'd be amazing.
They're really big.
I might cry.
Nah, you won't.
Alright, we're on
I
bomb
might
pot.
cry, Daniel, if I lose
We are
$1,000 bomb pot. Unemployed.
You would be like, no more bum bucks.
I'd be like,
going to see
Be the one person that's
my mom.
some of these players fight for some pots a little bit more, I think, right now.
See you later this weekend if I do good on the stream,
A couple of these guys who are
though. Otherwise, she'll never know.
stuck a couple of dollars, I think, want to be playing these bomb pots, getting some money in there, perhaps getting lucky. See an ace 8-3 flop on the bottom.
Are we good with the, okay.
Top board is going to be a queen 6-5 flop with 2 clubs. So no clubs in anybody's hand, no aces in anybody's hand either. Don't see Ricky's hand though. So perhaps both of those combinations could be lying in this hidden hand.
Oh, you check? Okay, 8.
Nobody really with a whole lot of anything. Mario with an open ender with 7-8.
1 bet 90. 2 folds. 3
Garrett folds his kings.
4 folds. 5 folds. 6 folds.
It looks like Ricky got out of the way, so suspecting he did not have an ace or
And 9 folds.
a club draw. And Sam's just going to take this one down, so very uneventful
Here and then
bomb pot there. Sam did have the 3-4, so the low open ender there, and then a pair of 3s on the bottom.
Let's wait one hand for Brittany to get back.
Very uneventful bomb pot. But sometimes that happens.
we're waiting one hand for the Nick game because Brittany's not at the table. She might be back, but we're still not going to play it. So
$10 straddle out there from Fido.
Alright, straddle 10, 6-5. 6 folds. 7 folds. 8 folds. 9 folds. 1 call 10. 2 raises. To 50. 5-0. 3 folds. 4 folds.
Fido waking up with aces now. Professor in there on the button with 7-5 off. Sam had just limped in with his ace, but Fido making it 235. And both players going to quickly make the fold. So usually we have streamed until about 10:30, maybe 11 o'clock or so. But we're going to try and go a little bit longer tonight. These guys want to keep playing. And we have a pretty action game, so I want to give you guys some extra time. We did get started a little bit late tonight with the beginning difficulties, the technical difficulties we had, and the card misreads, changing out the deck, and all that stuff. So we'll be around for a while. Tell all your poker friends and non-poker friends to hop in. Send them the link. Tell them to come hop in the chat and hang out with us. We're having a good time. 41 of y'all in here right now, so thank you guys for tuning in on a Wednesday evening. Got Ari in the chat saying they're rooting for Mario. Yeah. Mario, a local legend. Well-known poker player and regular here in the Austin poker community. Vito with top 2 pair, wasting no time, though, raising this against Sam. Sam looking for a jack and a jack only. Just lays it down.
Or 180 plus 20, right?
Yeehaw. Get her done. Okay, mofos.
The shoey too.
Huh?
You heard that one, shoey?
Chewy. Like that?
I don't know where that came from. Remember in high
Cattle
school.
rustlers and
I literally just remember in high school that whenever you like, anytime something
And the players are starting another Nick game. This one will be a $180 splash pot.
good they don't have mics on us. It's really good. Have mics on us. This one goes south fast.
Ricky bumping it up here on the button, getting out of line with King 7 offsuit, but he has been quiet all night tonight. So I like this a lot from him. We'll see how Sam decides to proceed here. Sam just lays it down pretty quickly, so yeah, the whole table thinking they did not want to play against Ricky if he was putting money into a pot. Ricky just not had much to work with, though, tonight until he saw those queens. That can be pretty frustrating, though, when you come in and play a game like this. Ooh, here we see the VPIP numbers. Sam at the top, no surprise. 80% VPIP. But it can be pretty frustrating, though, like I was saying, to come in and play a stream game like this and just be very card dead for hours. Very, very frustrating. Ricky doing a good job of being patient, though, not getting very out of line with hands he shouldn't. I have that problem where I get bored, decide to start playing hands that I shouldn't play. So, good for him not doing that. Garrett raising this one up with ace-jack. Lateralist making the call. King-jack absolutely dominated here, and we saw Mario also lay down king-jack. Garrett's still way out in front. Lateralist looking for just 2 kings that remain. 6 of spades on the turn. No help for ladderless. Garrett, I would like to see put out a bet here. Decides to just check it. And the queen, no help either. Ladderless, just king high. But if he could put out a bet here, may get the job done. I don't think that size will get it done, though. 120, a little bit too small, I think. Garrett just going to be enticed to call with ace high. And he does. Garrett going to see the good news and get rid of his knit button.
Yeah, why'd you bet so small then? You should bet like 350 there, honestly. Like a perfect spot for an overbet.
I don't like you. It was too small. I was never gonna play that size.
Obviously too
So here's the thing Professor doesn't know is I wasn't folding for a lot of sizes.
350?
I don't know. We got some history. We got some history. 400, 500, then I really probably can't call. But 350. The bottle's pretty big. I don't know that was gonna happen eventually.
50.
Call me with king high on that flop. I bet pretty small. That's kind of the whole point of it. I would potentially play with king jack there too. Yeah, really good value size. Yeah, like jack 10, pocket 9.
Yeah, like that.
9 calls 50.
100.
1 raises to 100. 2 calls.
Come on.
And 9 is all in for 426. Good luck.
I need it. I got you.
And a call. Seat 1. 426. And seat 2 calls 426 as well. Alright, good luck all in. Or heads up on the side.
Big pot alert.
I only like it in Tommy's voice though. Big pot alert.
We got a check. And a check back.
Exceedingly large amount of black chips.
Check. And check back. Check. And check.
Cannot wait to see these.
Alright, we got 9s. Show me better.
Good.
We're dodging out. Let's go VP.
Alright, button's good.
I thought I needed the luck. Well, you were ahead,
Thank you.
but it is lucky to hold sometimes. Nice hand.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But if I'm gonna play for
Okay,
100, I'm
seat 2
gonna
is
play
adding
for 400.
300.
I know, but he's full.
King 9 is the value bet there. Value jam.
Correct.
Value
And we
jam
got a
9 plus.
straddle 10.
You did?
And
I did.
1
2 reds and a blue.
See some black.
Mario bumping it up with tens here. See a 3-way pot with Garrett and Sam. Garrett flopping middle pair with pair of queens. Backdoor hearts, backdoor straight opportunities. They're both going to check it over to Mario. Mario going to continue for $125. Sam with the gut shot straight draw, looking for a 10. Quickly makes the call. Unbeknownst to him, 3 of them are being held in the hands of the other 2 players. But the jack is good for him as well. So now Mario looking for a 9 or an ace. And it comes. He hits his 9. Sam with just ace jack. Mario with basically the nuts here. Especially when we're holding 2 tens. Mario going to put in a bet. Sized nicely, 275. Sam in a tough spot here. And makes the call. Mario taking down an $1,100 pot. Nicely done, Mario. Gets rid of his knit button as well. Well, we got action here at Red Star Social. This is 1-3 no limit hold'em with a 1K cap. You see some pretty big stacks. Unfortunately, with some technical difficulties earlier, the numbers on the graphics are not all correct, and we have not done an update to get some of the accurate chip counts. So I will do my best to help along the way explain when I do see some problems. Sam with ace king suited here in the small blind, bumping it up to $100 over some limps. Sam is known to do this with air also. So we do see a player like him gets action on it in 2 spots here. With ace 3 off and with 7-5 suited. Pretty good flop for the 7-5 suited here. Flop 7 high with 2 clubs. So Brittany definitely not folding. Lateralist just the ace of clubs in his hand. Going to make the call. But Brittany with a stranglehold on this pot. And she rips it. And I love it. Already so much money out there. If she gets called, she doesn't mind getting called. But if she doesn't get called, she just takes down $500 basically that are out in that pot, and gets rid of her knit button immediately. Doesn't have to see you run out and sweat that, so great spot for her to rip. Nicely done.
Hostility there. One of you fuckers is gonna beat me, son of a bitch, motherfucker.
Funny hand that happened last night. Where it was in the Nick game. There was one guy. This guy Caleb was not in the Nick game, and his hand goes down where the flop is queen high, and the other cards on board are 3, 4, 5. And Britt goes all in, and then she's trying to get a rip.
Great shot of Brittany in her patented
And then out loud he says, "Well, I've got."
seating position.
So he's just telling everybody at the table he's got top pair.
Ricky going on after another bag of this skinny pop.
She had lost the hand. No,
I
she was.
thought he was trolling because he still took so long to
He tanked in the mid game, and it wasn't for a huge amount, $200 or $300.
280 or something.
Like in a spot where the rest of us would just call.
BP limping in with the ace 3 suited. Sam getting in there on the button.
I've seen Brittany more tilted, maybe once,
Maybe.
not often though.
Ricky gonna check his option there. 7-4 offsuit. Flops a 7 right in the window. BP flops a gutter to the wheel, looking for a 4, which would be detrimental for Ricky. Sam just king high. Ricky gonna go ahead and bump it up though here. Makes a 175 over BP's $25 bet. BP saying this doesn't make all that much sense, but I'm just gonna lay it down. Ricky taking that one down. Nicely done with 7-4, sir.
I got the nits and the straddles, and I got the button. I'm gonna open every hand. I'm just gonna tell you all, I'm opening every hand.
Are you doing that thing where you tell them what they're doing,
Yeah.
and actually you're lying about it again?
Nick game's still going. Ladderless with a button. Fido with a button in the 5 seat here. And believe Professor with a button. Garrett or Professor, I believe. Someone over on that end of the table. So 3 buttons, I believe, still
Of looking at my cards, but it doesn't really matter.
sitting around. Yes, it is Professor. And I expect that he will be playing this on the button. Let's see.
We found one.
Oh, he does not elect to play his 9 deuce.
There were not many hands I was not playing there.
I feel like he must have had what I had 3 or 4 times.
It's a very interesting dynamic in this game right now. We're seeing a lot of these pots being played. Like this one, where the straddle is 10 or 20, and we see 4 limpers, 5 limpers. Got an ace queen 10 flop, 2 diamonds, couple players with aces. Fido with a 5 kicker, BP with a 7 kicker, Garrett with a queen and an 8 kicker, and then Ricky with a pair of 10s. Sam does have a gut shot to Broadway, holding a king right now, going to be looking for a jack. Ladderless also a queen in his hand as well, but just a 3 kicker. Not going to be good enough versus an 8. And definitely behind these 2 aces. The queen 8 that folded would have turned to pair. Garrett let that one go, though. BP going to bet 400, so just under pot size bet with his ace and no kicker, just playing the board. But Fido, the exact same hand, so he lays it down, though. He lays it down, so can't be too confident with his 5, obviously, after that sizable bet. Ladderless with just a queen, but a lot more chips back than $828, as you can tell from his pile of chips over here. He's got over 2,000 for sure. Probably somewhere around 2,300 if I had to guess, 2,200. And BP takes that one down with his ace. Nice little pot going his way.
I don't think it's the diamonds is ripping it.
Nice one.
Six straddle.
Folded 'cause I was
Possibly
scared of
just had a
getting
first
too far.
round
20.
bluffing, but
Straddle 20. C8 fold.
Just seeing your chat now, Seabiscuit. No, I don't think I am related to Myron Mixon. I don't think he spells it with an S, though. I think his is just Mixon, if I'm correct. If I'm not mistaken, I should say.
Four fold.
Professor bumping it up, $80 with Queen 8 suited and a yellow knit button in front of him.
7 fold.
Sam with King 3 off. Let's see what he decides to do. He just folds, so Professor is able to get rid of his knit button now. And we are down to 2. Fido and Ladderless.
you were gonna pay this one.
I thought it was a good chance. I'm gonna wait till it goes up. I'm gonna wait till it goes up higher. Yeah, seriously.
Single
No.
straddle. You got the double straddler behind you, but
My 6-3 off was definitely getting there.
well, you had 34% equity against his hand.
Straddle 10.
Probably like 40% against his range. Got some 5 deuce in there.
Straddle 10. Raise to 30. C8. C9 fold.
Sam going to be bumping this one up. Oh, sorry. Brittany bumped it up $30. Sam making the call. King 6 off. On to Ricky now on the button. King Queen off. Very playable hand. Going to do some 3-betting here for sure. Maybe some calling. Depends who's playing and what the dynamic is. Looks like Ricky is thinking of a number to make it. And he is going to bump it up. 200.
5 fold.
Check called every 2.
Ladderless out of the way. Mario also getting out of the way. And Brittany making the fold with ace 10 versus Ricky just does not want to mess around. So Ricky's image of being tight for first couple hours of the stream, helping him just take down some pots when he needs. Dave B, yes, Red Star is still BYOB. Excellent. Stopped by here Saturday night. Played a little bit of poker. Had a couple drinks. It's a fun time.
Straddle 40. C1. You got a restraddle 20 or 40. 40 C1. C2 fold. C3 raises to 125. Yep. Correct. C4 fold.
Garrett bumps it up to 125 with Jack 10 of hearts. Fido making the call with 6s on the button, and it's on ladderless now in the small blind. King Queen offsuit. And a knit button in hand, so I suspect we will see a 3-bet, something like 500, 450 perhaps.
500.
He does go 500. Mario quickly out of the way with ace queen. Not surprising considering the size that Ladderless has chosen. And Sam, thinking about it with 8 deuce, electing to fold.
One folded.
Garrett now Jack 10 of hearts. He was the raiser. It was I believe it was a $40 straddle. He was the raiser to 125. Does get out of the way. Now Fido and Ladderless, the only two guys with knit buttons, are going to be playing it out. Fido lays it down, says he does not want to lose the extra 375 pre-flop right there with sixes. He will just take his medicine and put in the $160 into the splash pot and give Tanya an extra 20. So I believe that's where we're at. They've been increasing it by 20 all night. Actually, 180 it looks like is going into the splash pot. So the splash pot getting quite sizable with these Nick games the more that they play. So I like that. That makes it a little more fun, a little more enticing at the end of the night to really battle A, to not be the nit that has to pay the splash pot, but B, also battle for the splash pot itself and win those hands. Yeah, I know you would. I know you would have a crown in hand there, buddy. I'd be right there next to you, having a party with you, playing some good poker, hanging out, living the dream, man. Honestly, Sam bumping it up to 100 with my favorite hand, 7-8 of diamonds. You might be asking why diamonds, and it's because I've just won some big hands in tournaments that I've gone deep in with, specifically 7-8 of diamonds. I love 7-8 suited, obviously. It's just my favorite hand, but for some reason, diamonds specifically have always been very memorable hands for me. And we got some action. Brittany, ace-jack suited, just making the call. Surprised to not see her put more chips in this pot and try and take down the extra dead money. But here we are. 9-5-5. Nobody hitting anything here. Mario with the best hand with threes still. Sam, though, I guess, does flop a gut shot straight draw. Looking for a 6 for that. But a 7 or an 8 would also give him a bigger pair than Mario. Sam just betting about 300, it looks like. Thought he ripped it for a second. Yeah, 275. Mario with a hand that we often think is going to be good in this spot, but does have Brittany behind. So he does lay it down. Brittany with the best hand now. Tough spot. Lays it down. So Sam being aggressive, as always. Foot on the gas. Winning pots left and right, this guy. Yeah, I would have liked to seen Brittany, after Mario's call, especially, just pop that ace-jack all the way up. Just rip it. I think it's just too good not to. What do I know, though? I'm just in here talking about poker. I'm not playing it. Ladderless away from the table again, and this time had ace-jack of spades. The last time he was gone, he had aces. But Mario waking up with pocket jacks, the red jacks, on the button. Back to Professor, who's in the $20 straddle. Pocket sevens, so we're going to see this one get all in. Yep, there we go. That's the Professor I know. Professor getting after it. Love it. Mario has too much hand here to fold, but it's a pretty big confrontation. Going to be about a $1,600, almost $2,000 pot. Makes the call. Yeah, $2,000 pot here. So a big one. Professor going to be looking for a 7. Mario ahead with the jacks, just looking to hold. no help for Professor yet. And Mario going to hold and win a $2,000 pot. Huge pot for Mario. Nicely done with the jacks, sir.
Guess what?
Back to the usual.
Just like last week, I did this 4 times last week. But last week, turned it around. This week,
It's gonna be a little tougher.
Straddle 20, C3.
Professor reloading. I like Professor, man. He is a great dude. Fun to play with at the poker table. Tonight, he has not run very hot. And he has gotten out of line a couple times. But
I'll take mine though. I will take the color.
sometimes that happens in poker. And I also think that I see the best players that I know are the ones that get out of line. The ones that don't get out of line very often, aren't really taking advantage of
You know if I have nothing, I'm just gonna keep
weaknesses or trying to exploit things that they see are
No, it's I'm saying it makes it hard for me to win the hand.
4 fold, 5 fold.
not going to be making the most money that they could be. Not making the maximum. Brittany here raising it up to Queen 9 of Hearts. Or raising it up with Queen 9 of Hearts to 50. Pardon me.
I'm doing whatever, man.
It's getting late here. It's getting late here. We're after 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock. Still streaming for you. We get started usually just before 7. We were a little bit late today. But essentially have been going for about 4 hours. I've been in the booth with you back here all alone, trying to fill the space. Brittany c-betting that ace-high board, taking it down in position. But trying to fill the space when you're alone, pretty tough. So that's why I appreciate you guys coming into the chat and giving me some things to talk about, people to talk to. Makes my job much easier, so I like that we have that camaraderie together, even if I don't know you, and even if you're thousands of miles away. It's a pretty cool thing that we have, thanks to the internet. Ricky wearing his handpan boy band hoodie. Go check him out if you haven't yet on the streaming platform of your choice. I believe he's everywhere. He did a song during the summer that he had worked on about Daniel Negreanu, that Daniel Negreanu put in a vlog that he made during the summer. So that was pretty cool. Couple of king nines here. Man's best friend. Brittany with ace 10, the best hand at the moment. Professor got some diamonds working for him. Garrett the 7-6, and Mario with the spades working for him, not spades. 7-6-5. Great flop if you're Garrett. Brittany does have the ace of clubs in her hand, but given the nature of this pot being 5 ways, don't think Brittany's going to get carried away there. No, she just lays it down. Yeah, Garrett bets the pot with 7-6, does not mind just taking it down. 2 clubs out there. Sam, though, going to call, looking for an 8. Jack of clubs, pretty good. Sam holding the 9 of clubs. So picks up Some extra outs does Sam. Garrett ripping it. Garrett putting Sam to the test. Sam has a lot more than 350 behind. Looks like 5, 6, 7, 8. Sam's got over 1,000. Sam has about 1,100, I think. So he does lay it down. Great pot for Garrett. Nicely done, sir. Thank you. So here we go, another bomb pot. Brittany missing out on this one, I think. So 7 or 8 players going 10 ways. Oh, no, they put her in. Okay, nice. Jack 6-4 deuce for her. Garrett, ace, king, king, 5, no suit. Fido with 10s. Lateralus with queens. BP 8-7-7 deuce, double suited. Ricky, a mystery hand. Mario, ace high, all spades. Brittany with 6 deuce, flops a boat. Good thing that they dealt her in. 9-8-3 on the top board. Brittany with hearts as well. Can't tell. I assume Lateralus has hearts. Lateralus does have queen high hearts. But just queens on the bottom board as of right now. So if Brittany puts in a bet, may be able to just get away, only holding queens. We think we're behind on that board, I would assume. Me personally, I assume that. Not everybody does. So we see Sam call. Ace, king, 8-5. Oh, Sam has king 8 of hearts as well. Excuse me. It's very tough for me back here when you see 9 hands populate all simultaneously. So you see 36 cards just pop up. Human brain doesn't do very good when 36 cards just pop up on the screen and you have to talk about them, it turns out. But we've narrowed that down a little bit. Down to 3 hands. Let's see a 9 go to the bottom board. 7 of diamonds up top. Brittany can now hit a 5 on the top board. As it stands, Lateralus is ahead with the queens on the top board. Brittany with a lock on the bottom board unless a queen were to come. But the queen comes on the top board. No help for for Lateralus on the bottom. Brittany now essentially a lock on the bottom board in her mind, although losing to 9s and 8s. But nothing on the top. So this one, yeah, I don't mind her checking this one. But it is a bit reminiscent of the bomb pot we saw 2 or 3 times ago. The same 3 players and sort of a similar situation. But Brittany and Lateralus going to just chop this one up. They chop the initial money and then the bit of money that Sam called on the flop.
Yeah, we'll wait for it. 200 plus 20.
And my apologies, I am realizing Lateralus had 9-7 as well on that top board. Didn't matter. Queens were also good.
anyway, unless y'all play after.
It doesn't matter to me too much. 180 plus 20.
We're gonna run it back, but when Mario gets back. So. Straddle 10.
And we are back to your regularly scheduled programming. Some 1-3 no limit hold'em. This is a 1K cap game. If you are just now tuning in with us, you know if you've been with us. But some pretty big stacks. It is not match the stack. These have all started with $1,000 or maybe less.
If you go smoke right now and get back before the hand's over, then or if you're okay with missing an inning.
8 calls. 9 calls.
BP coming in, $10. Queen 9 offsuit Sam. Professor both make the call. You see Garrett bumping it up. 7 deuce, 125. The 7 deuce game is on. Ricky with ace 3 of hearts thinks better of it. Fold, 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 and Garrett gonna make that bounty with the 7 deuce.
Everyone owes you $10.
$10 from every player, so an extra $80 winning that hand. Not too bad.
Everybody limps to me, so I made it 125.
Why does that happen when I have 7 dudes? I have to 4-bet it, and then I get called.
And you call and then you lose.
Alright. Nick game's on.
27 of you guys still in chat. 11:15 here in Austin, Texas. Saw some people that I know on Facebook today or last night even posting about seeing the northern lights down. Even in the Austin area, I saw some things about it. I did not personally. I was playing a poker tournament. But that is pretty crazy. If you're in the chat right now listening or chatting, let me know. Did you guys get a glimpse of that from where you're at by chance? Curious about that. Sam bumps it up to $75 from the cutoff. Nick game is on. Professor having none of it. Gonna 3-bet his button to 225, committing a quarter of his stack. Ladderless with pocket eights in the straddle here, but facing a raise and 3-bet, having to play eights out of position. He just rips it. Sam gonna get out of the way, but Professor actually flipping with the eights here would make the call if he knew he had eights. He's in a pretty rough spot, though, not knowing that he has eights, because we're dominated by a lot. Dominated by... And he makes the call. Here we go. Professor gonna love what he sees here. And they're off to the races. Got a $2,000 pot. $2,000 flip here. King right in the window for Professor. Followed by another one. Ladderless still looking for an 8 on the turn. Does not come. 1 out for Ladderless. Professor gonna hold. Professor a much needed double up after the night that he's had so far. And you can't blame Ladderless for ripping the 8s there. Professor, once he already had the 275 out there, or 225, whatever it was, just pretty committed at that point to getting in that pot, I think. So can't blame him at all. Gets rid of his knit button as well. So a much needed double up for Professor. Professor is back. That's right. Oh, yeah. Nice shot of those chips that just went back to him. He is back. And better than ever. He's going to be 2,000 deep now, essentially. Was a little bit more playability. Not that he didn't have playability before. If the straddle's $10 and we have $1,000 in front of us, we're effectively 100 big blinds deep, right? So it's not that we didn't have playability, but having more chips is always nice. Ricky with the ace-10 off in the small blind right there. Electing to get out of the way versus Sam's $100 open. A couple limps and then the $100 open from him. So can't blame him there. Would have to play that pot out of position. But Sam using the ace-5 offsuit. Pretty good combo here to be using. Brittany, who limped in for the $10. Counting some greens out. Ripping it. Love it. This is such an awesome spot for her. She gets to pick up a couple $100 of dead money. And if she does get called, does not mind it. Praying that she does not have to face off against ace-king. Something like that. But as it's been played, she's probably not too worried about it. Mario would have not just called with ace-king or kings or aces there. So Brittany going to take that one down and get rid of her nit button.
C8 folds, C9 calls, C1 raises to 50.
BP making the call. Pocket fives. Sam bumping it up. Professor making the call. Ricky. Ricky now with the 7 Dewey.
C4 raises to 400.
Puts in about half his stack here with 7 deuce.
C5 folds.
Gets a couple of folds already. Fido folded ace queen. And this is just going to work so great for Ricky. He's going to get rid of his nit button and pick up a bounty for the 7 deuce. So well done by Ricky. I love it. Picks up a bunch of money that was out there. I think he bet 400 or so, 350, something like that. So I think he made like $125 in the pot, plus an added $80 from the players at the table. So not a bad pickup with 7 deuce and de-risking himself from paying the nit tax.
One step closer.
Good night, Dave. See you later. Thanks for tuning in. Ricky now ace-3 suited in the cutoff. Very playable hand at this point when it has been folded to us. Rarely have we seen a pot from Ricky's position where it's been folded to us. Ace, queen, 7 flop, 2 spades. Ricky with the ace here. Mario with ace 7. Ricky just going to c-bet $30, keep it about a third pot. Mario makes the call pretty quickly. Looking for a 5 or a 7. Does not come on the turn. And it does look like all the other 5s are spoken for. So Mario, of his 5 outs that he is allotted here, only has 2 that were working and does make the laydown to Ricky. So Ricky's starting to heat up a little bit. Love to see that. Love to see that. Ricky, like I said, if you guys don't know, check out his social media at Handpan Boy Band. Go check out his music. And then while you're at it, go grab some of his jerky. Think jerky. Do a little free plug for my man Ricky. He's been kind enough to give me some care packages of jerky. Here and there. But yeah, on their website you can just go shop jerky. They're also in stores all over. I think at one point he told me they're in 15,000 grocery stores and convenience stores across the nation, I believe. So
Nice. Now you're the one flopping straight.
You can check that, but if you had.
yeah, thinkjerky.com. I just looked it up.
Don't make me think it's fluff.
Be on the lookout for that Thanksgiving, the turkey stick. It was a stick, jerky stick, but it's Thanksgiving flavored, and it was damn good. So thank you again to Ricky for those. Gave a couple of them to friends to let them try it, but I already went through what he gave me.
Okay, here's my card stack again.
Ladderless bumps it up with an ace in his hand, makes it $60. Professor just gonna lay it down. Not going to fight back. Let Ladderless get rid of his knit button, and can't be mad about that. We've got one brewing up, though. Ricky opened the ace-jack offsuit. Sam with tens. Sam going to bump it up there. Didn't see the exact number yet. 225. Ricky making the call, though. 8-4-3 flop, 2 hearts. Ricky just 6 outs. Looking for an ace or a jack. Depending what size Sam goes here, we're going to be heavily inclined to call or heavily inclined to fold. And this is going to be one of those fold sizes, I think. Yep. Nice pickup for Sam there. Unfortunate spot for Ricky there, sadly. Nick game still going on. BP with his knit button on the button picks up jacks. Pumps it up to 225. Lateralus had raised it with queen of 4 suited to $60. And Mario had made the call, but Lateralus getting out of the way. Mario now a decision to make. Does he want to try and set mine from out of position? Wouldn't really fault him either way. It's pretty deep. BP pretty deep as well, about 1,400 in his stack. Mario just making the fold. BP getting rid of the knit button, taking down that pot.
That was the Corey stream. Not with me. Not with me.
Oh, not with you. Yeah, the next one.
This was the one with Corey and Abby.
But what a beautiful night we have been having tonight here in Austin, Texas. Getting to watch some great poker be played at Red Star Social. And thank you guys, every single one of you, for tuning in. Great to have as many of y'all along this journey with us as we can. So thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for liking the streams. Thank you guys for subscribing. If you haven't done any of those things, go and do that right now, please. Need as many of y'all to hit that subscribe button as we can. We've got one brewing here. Sam bumps it up from the button to 100 with king, queen suited. Very pretty hand, but Professor wakes up with pocket tens in the small blind. Makes it 450. Sam rips it, and we are going to see a huge flip. So I do not think that that pot number is correct. I think it's closer to 2K. It looks like Sam has at least 1,000. So I think it might be more than 2K. And Sam flops the nuts. Professor flops a 10. Looking for a board pair. Ace comes. Sam's still with the nuts. And the board doesn't pair. Professor. Oh, my God. Sam winning a huge one. At the expense of the Professor. Here we see some VPIP numbers. Sam at 82%. Professor right behind him. Garrett and Ricky at the bottom, 33%. Professor down 3K. Garrett the big winner tonight so far, up almost 5K. Brittany up about 480.
Adding 300.
Okay, C2's adding 300.
Given the graphics difficulties that we've had tonight, I'm not sure exactly how accurate those numbers are. And I know that the stacks have been slightly off at times. So we do apologize there. However, don't let it affect your opinion of watching this game because there is action to be had.
965.
My goodness.
We'll get one updated soon.
Seabiscuit. No, it is not the Professor's night. That is a tough one there. I mean, sure, we're going to lose. We're going to lose that half the time, basically, right? When we're flipping with versus King Queen. But when we flop a 10, we lose it a lot less. But tough when they flop the nuts. But, yeah, you got to feel for Professor in that spot. Ricky bumped it up 200 here. Putting a nice squeeze in. Shows a very good size, I think, as well. Made it 200. Nicely done, sir. There are still 2 knit buttons. Mario has one of them, obviously, right there that you see at the top of the screen. Limping in there with the 6-5 suited. Fido right here. Oh, there's still 3 knit buttons. My apologies. Garrett has one as well. Garrett with the big stack in the 3 seat there in the orange. A knit button in front of him on the button this hand. And then Fido out of the shot on our right as well. Garrett, though, ace 10 on the button. Bumps it up to 250. And Ladderless wakes up with kings in the straddle. Buckle up. Ladderless just gonna call, yeah. Here we go. And we have a 4-way pot with 1,000 in the middle immediately. Comes queen, queen, 5. Ladderless still best with pocket kings. A Professor with a 5. Mario folded a 5. But Garrett, who was the pre-flop aggressor on the button, when he gets checked to, going to be telling the story that he has a queen. He bets 200. That is 20% pot. And I don't mind it. I think that that's perfectly reasonable when we are 4 ways. Sam with Jack 10 coming along. There's $1,600 in this pot right now. Graphics not catching up for us yet. 4 of spades on the turn. No help. For Sam, but Garrett does pick up the spade draw. 1,600 in the middle. What does he decide to do here? I mean, he checks. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame him. Wants to realize his equity here, not get blown off it, but 3 clubs on the river, no help. We just have ace high now. Ladderless holding kings in his hand. Ladderless not surprised to see him just check. But Sam now with just jack high, what does he do? And he's going to bet. He bets 300. I don't think that that is going 400, excuse me. I don't think that that is going to get Ladderless to fold. Garrett probably getting out of the way, though. Unless he just decides to turn this ace of spades into a bluff. It would be psychotic, but it just might work in this instance. And I think he's considering it, but he does decide against it. Yeah, already 2K in the middle. Ladderless going to make the call and take down a almost $2,500 pot. The number that you see there is incorrect slightly, but taking down a huge pot with pocket kings. Nicely done, Ladderless.
Why didn't you raise me?
Oh, you just fold.
Yeah, probably would have, yeah. Unless you like manipulated me or something.
Yeah, I agree. B-Rebel, I don't think that 400 was going to take that down from a hand like kings, obviously. Just not enough to do that. It almost allowed Garrett, though, to put in the raise, like I was mentioning. It would have been very interesting had he chosen to put in the raise there, because I think that Ladderless has to fold at that point, and Garrett would take down a huge pot with ace high. Queen 7 deuce flop. Garrett with a pair of 7s, but Mario still in the lead with his pocket 8s. Garrett bets 75, and Mario makes the call. Ace of spades on the turn may slow some things down, but no player in the hand has an ace. And Mario remains best at the river now. And Garrett checks back with taking his showdown with his 7. But Mario going to take that pot down and get rid of his knit button. Couple knit buttons remaining now. Caleb in the chat saying the walls being blue is appropriate given these are fish. Well, Caleb, have I got great news for you. Here at Red Star Social, this live stream is a public game that you can get on the list for. You can message me at Instagram at Mixin Poker. Tell me when you want to come play. I will get you on the list, sir, so you can play with the fish. Show us how to not be a fish. I would love that.
3 folds. 4 folds.
Here we see Sam bumping it up, ace 10 off. Professor putting in the 3-bet with jack 10 suited.
7 folds.
Gonna get everybody out of the pot until it gets to Brittany, who has ace king. She's in the straddle for 10. She's just gonna rip it. Here we go, Brittany. Take down that $200 out there. Sam with a ace in his hand just lets it go. Professor quickly lets it go. But it was a very valid 3-bet candidate. Brittany slowly but surely clawing her way back.
One of us is gonna have more money and one of us is gonna be really buried, but one of us will be happier.
One more 100 I found in my pocket. One more.
Professor reaching in the pocket, grabbing some more chips.
We got a straddle 20, seat 1. Straddle 20.
Looks like he wanted to top up to the $1,000 mark.
20 straddle. C2 raises to 50.
The Nick game is on currently. There are only 2 or 3 players remaining with a knit button. Garrett being one of them and picking up aces. 3 bets it to 200, and this right here might just end the Nick game, depending on what Professor decides to do now. Sam also with an option here. 10-9 offsuit. Professor going to be priced in at this point. So we're going to see 10-8 and 10-9 go against the aces of Garrett, who is well in the lead. 2 spades for Professor.
1 check.
And watch out. And Garrett just rips it. Professor not folding. Here it is.
C2 call.
Professor in rough shape against the aces, but we do see
And we're going 1 time.
almost all of his spades are live. $2,000 pot. And a spade on the turn. Professor gets there. Garrett not going to relinquish his knit button, going to double up the Professor, who has had a rough go of it tonight. $730, $35, excuse me, out of Garrett's stack going to the Professor. I don't think Brittany still had her knit button during that hand be rebel. I could be wrong, but I think she just showed for the sake of it.
Straddle 10. Restraddle 20.
However, she could have still had her button. I just don't think she did. I don't recall.
C4 fold. C5 fold. 6 fold. 7 fold.
Mario, who was away from the table,
9 fold.
would have had queens.
1 raises to 200.
The third time tonight that we have seen a player away from the table that would have woken up with a premium hand.
We got a 20 straddle C3.
Vito, knit button still in front of him. Now he's the one with queens.
7 folds, 8 folds, 9 folds.
Brittany's hand gets mucked as she's walking back into the room. Hopefully a blessing. We did not see what she had, but that is good news that we didn't. Sam in there with queen 3 suited and flops the straight draw. Gonna be looking for a 5. He thinks he has 4 outs, but he only has 1 available. But that's not gonna stop him from calling $200 here. I know that. There it is. Vito now. Oh my God, Sam turns it. Incredible. Sam checks, Vito checks back. And Sam has to bet now. Vito will definitely check. Sam rips it. Vito, terrible spot. Makes the call and gonna see the bad news. So ridiculous. Vito, oh my God. I'm speechless. I'm literally speechless right now. Oh my God. How gross is that? I gotta feel for Vito there with the queens. Just an absolutely absurd hand. And the Nick game still goes on. Vito still with the button. Garrett still with his button. Ladderless picking up 7 deuce. And the 7 deuce game is on. $10 bounty from each player if you win the 7 deuce. If you win a hand with 7 deuce. Nine, 4 deuce. The 7 deuce is out in the lead right now.
Finally, pay up. Pay up.
Friggin' fast hand too. Gosh darn it.
Lot more deuce sevens than the last time.
Every time I get it, everybody just calls. Nobody folds.
Here we see some VPIP numbers. Sam well out in front, still 82%. Garrett, the big winner of the night, 3,300 that he's up. Professor down the most, but perhaps on the comeback. Looking to get some back is Professor. Ladderless with a huge stack of chips in front of him. Just a mound. Mario waking up with ace king. Makes it 125. Sam going to make the call on the button. King 5 of diamonds. Everybody else out of the way. Heads up to this flop between Mario and Sam. Mario way in the lead here. Sam looking for a 5 and a 5 only. Mario checks it to him. And they're going to see a free turn. 8 of diamonds. Changes nothing. Sam still looking for just a 5. Mario well out in the lead. Content with checking it down. 10 of diamonds pairs the board on the river. And they are just going to check it down. Mario going to take this one down with ace high.
I mean, the second time I got 70s, what I was like 1,000 trying to win it. So stupid. So stupid. Like I can't help myself.
Free shuttle
Like I
20
want to win with it
C6.
so bad.
Shuttle 20 C6.
We are coming up on midnight here in Austin, Texas.
8 fold.
One of the longer streams that we've ever done so far. But we've just had great action all night.
C2 calls 120. C3 fold.
Professor getting in there, getting after it on the button, makes the call with the 10-9 offsuit. Fido, who I believe still has his knit button, $250 in front of him, it looks like, if the graphic is correct, is all in with ace jack.
C6 fold. C7 fold.
BP, pocket sixes, gonna get out of the way.
9 fold.
Now back to Sam. He's gonna come along. 8 deuce. Sam loves playing these types of hands. I think Sam just likes crushing people's souls.
Back up on the side.
7, 6, 5, 2 spades, and Sam just.
That's 250.
I have 8 high, but it's gonna be no problem. Because I have all the equity in the world. Professor with just 10 high right now. Contemplating a call? Making the call. Professor looking for an 8. Or a 10. Did not want to see a 9, but a 10 is going to work. Sam rips it. Professor in the lead, but going to have to dodge a lot. Vito going to be looking for a ace or a jack going to this river to relinquish his knit button and make some chips back. But if Professor makes this call, we're going to have a almost $5,000 pot. $4,500 pot, I think. I mean, just so sick. Do you want to call with just a 10 here? Professor, who is stuck for the night, perhaps could get it all back here, basically. I mean, there's so much out there. There's so much out there, and we have top pair. And our kicker's a 9. It's a pretty good kicker to have. And he does make the call, so we have a $4,500 pot here.
Alright. Again, one time.
One time.
Alright, you two.
And it's a 5. Professor holds. Gonna scoop the biggest pot of the night.
10s and 5s with a 9.
$4,500 going Professor's way.
I was off by one. I thought you had ace-ten.
Yeah, yeah, he's coming back. Who knows?
And that is huge.
Coming back, so to pay 1440. Oh, hold on. That's 15, right? 345. Sorry. 1,000, 1540.
Professor winning the biggest pot of the night with 10-9 offsuit. Look at that. 10 of clubs and 9 of hearts. There it is. My goodness.
I think it just till the Nick game ends and then the last spot.
Professor, a sigh of relief right there.
Y'all can play another hour.
A tough night for him.
Yeah, you can play all night.
I think Sam, after that one, saying, you know what? I'm all in. And there it is. He's all in.
Okay.
Yeah, we have the side.
It's just all in dark.
Yeah.
You still ahead?
I'd have to check. I'm up 3,200, I think. Oh, I'm up, yeah, like 32.
I lose to taco that.
You mean you have more than that?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty close probably now.
See, I'm just going all in blind here.
That's twice that you picked it.
Out of position, so
Get rid of my nib button and had good hands.
Brittany putting on the 20 straddle.
Coming back either
Pretty smart by her here.
Don't we just keep playing one who's not?
Because BP now the only other player in between her and Sam, who's all in blind.
Also my benefit that he's...
I think he's getting tapped.
Yeah. No, it's totally fine.
Like he lost it, because if anyone gets tough and win the Nick game, the game keeps going.
Yeah, that's what, I mean, everywhere else I play, that's how it goes. Yeah.
It just gives me a little bit of advantage. It's not a big
BP can
he's just coming back in for 1,000. What they're saying, so then it's more than I don't know.
limp the 20 in order for Sam's all in to still stand.
Sure, yeah. As long as y'all wait for him, I'm
Or
dealing the hand out. Yeah.
oh, I think they're saying that the straddle was incorrect. Brittany not actually D20 here. Mario limping in. Brittany gonna do the same, I imagine. Brittany just folds. BP makes the call for 10. We see Sam's all in there.
He wants all in the 95. All in for 95.
Just so I know what we're doing, we're gonna wait.
We're gonna wait.
for-
We're
still
we're
waiting.
gonna wait. We're gonna let him have his action.
So he's all in no matter what. He's two fold. He's three fold. And he's four fold.
Perfect time.
Right. He's all in. Blind.
Fido is back. He does have a live hand and still has his knit button. He's going to make the fold, though.
Five fold.
play a $10,000 pot.
We see Sam Choctaw Nuts, Jack Deuce. Mario with Ace Jack, so Mario makes the call, of course. BP going to come along. Going to be set mining, but Sam has a deuce in his hand, so very bad flop for deuces. Great flop for Mario. Sam is drawing dead, basically. Good thing that the deuces fold for Sam, though. His one out is still alive, so would not have been, and now it's dead. So nice hand, Mario. GG's to Sam. He is leaving us, it would appear. After that huge hand. I mean,
Are you even?
No.
Almost.
A lot better though, right?
Oh, much better, yeah. I'm not moaning. I think I'm in this game for 5, which is nuts. Brittany, I think I'm in for 5.
Nick game still ongoing. 2 buttons. Garrett has 1. Fido has 1. Professor, 10-8 of diamonds. A suited 1-gapper here, 10-8. Garrett going to come along with that yellow knit button, of course. Excuse me, guys. Didn't mean to do that.
Oh,
And 7 calls 30.
Professor flopping a flush. Mario in the hand as well as Fido. So 4 ways as the graphics catch up. Professor going to bet $60 here. Fido coming along. He's raising it to $325. And Fido with a bigger flush. Mario with a flush also. Buckle up, chat.
7 raises to 800. Correct.
And Professor snap folds.
Call 800.
Brittany, 10 high flush.
He's not all in.
I thought he was all in. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was never. I sincerely apologize.
Fido just makes the call. Mario's dead.
I have a flush.
Oh no, Fido ripped it. Sorry. I mean, that's just so sick. That is just so sick. Professor folded the 10 high flush correctly. Oh my God.
Butterfly and all shit. I mean, I 100,000% jam into that.
What a cooler for Mario, too.
That's the second time in recent history on stream that
Oh my word.
3 flushes.
And I mean, Professor with the 10 high flush just was able to get away.
This gonna be the last hand, or playing to the bump on, or
Fido getting rid of his knit button, not losing the knit game, and doubling up through Mario flopping a higher flush. I mean, if you are watching tonight and you are not entertained, poker may not be for you, because this has been an action stream. I mean, really from start to finish, but especially the last hour, hour and a half has been absolutely incredible. This is the $200 splash pot that they are playing from that knit game. So $200 out there for the taking in the middle. Ladderless raising it up with ace jack. See Professor coming back into the room with some racks, so that's going to be close to the end of the night, I imagine, if not the last hand. He is taking that one down, is Ladderless. But it has been a wild ride, especially this last couple of hands. My goodness. Absolutely insane. Professor gets away there. And here we see the VPIP numbers. Sam, way at the top of the VPIP numbers, has left us. But Garrett, the big winner still tonight, up 3,200. I know those numbers are probably a bit askew, as the graphics were off in some hands here and there, and we had a couple problems with that. But it does give us a general idea kind of how the night went. Professor, I didn't see his exact number, but probably sitting almost right about even as it stands, if I had to guess. So what a roller coaster it was for our friend Professor over in the 2-seat. Waking up with a pretty playable hand here. It's going to be him and Brittany going to see a flop here for 160 in the middle. Brittany flopping best. Professor with a gut shot looking for a 10. I'd like to see Brittany go bigger here than you would normally. And she does. She goes 85. Little, just about half pot. A little over. Professor going to get out of the way, I imagine. He does pretty quickly let that one go. And we've been coming at you tonight live since about 7 o'clock or just thereafter. So a lot of poker for you guys tonight. And we appreciate each and every one of y'all tuning in, listening to us from wherever you are. Helping our channel grow, helping us grow this poker community that we have and that we're trying to build here at Red Star. So, big thank you to each and every one of y'all. This is hand 101, by the way. So, a lot of poker hands tonight. And some huge stacks that we have at this table. Brittany out of the way. PP, the 7 deuce. Garrett not going to get out of the way with King 10, though. Be heads up. Can Garrett save the table from paying the 7 deuce bounty? Does not look like he's going to be able to. I think $200 might just shut this down right here, and BP will pick up $10 bounty from every player. At the very end of the night, basically. And we are winding it down. I think this is probably our last hand. Maybe a hand or two more, but we stream every Wednesday night, about 7 p.m. Central. here from Austin, Texas at Red Star Social. So if you've been liking what you're seeing tonight, come back next week and come hang out with us. We do appreciate it. Keeps me entertained. Say some stuff in the chat. Keep me talking. It's tough when I'm alone. I got to rely on you guys out there to keep me busy. Lateralist flopping open-ended here. Brittany ahead with her ace, but not a great board when you have the ace-5 of diamonds here. Brittany just going to lay that down. And this is a bomb pot. I imagine this will be the true last hand if I had to guess, which I'm doing, is guessing. But here it goes. 8 ways, $10 from every player. PLO bomb pot. Each player gets 4 cards. We've seen a few tonight. Going to see a 7-6-6 flop for the bottom board. And a Jack 7-4 flop on the top. 2 spades on that one. And now we get bombarded by the hands. Here we go. See what everybody's got. No graphics yet. Maybe we won't even get the graphics. Oh, here we go. Bunch of hands popping up. Jack 7 for Mario. BP with a 6 in his hand. Fido with a 6 in his hand. BP with the better 6 as it stands. The ace kicker. Mario does have the 7 high spades. BP going to be putting in a bet, though, with the trip 6s. He does have 6-5 as well for an open-ender on the other board. So, pretty good hand for him to be betting. See Handpan Boy Band jumping into the chat. See him showing off his hoodie right there. The game is on a delay. So they have ended, and he is out of the game. 5 on the turn on the bottom. 4 on the top. Or did I read that wrong? Oh, the board's populating incorrectly here. That's why. So 5-6 in the lead. BP going to take that one down. And that's going to be it for us tonight, folks. Tune in next week. There you see your VPIPs. Ricky at the bottom with still 31%. Respectable. Professor way up there, 49%. And we saw Sam leave at 81%. Some pre-flop raise numbers right here. Percentages. Everybody getting in there and getting after it. Saw some aggressive play up there in the top half of players. Anything over 25% here really is quite respectable. Sam left down almost 3K. Professor made a comeback and is basically exactly even. Garrett winning the most, up 3K. Lateralist right behind him. And then Mario and Brittany also having some small wins for themselves. Thank you guys for tuning in to Red Star Social tonight, and we will be back next week at 7 o'clock, and I look forward to seeing you then. Good night.